Chapter 501. After the legend of the treasure that had inspired generations of adventurers to go to sea was finished, the chef finished roasting the meat from the murloc's belly. It was cooked white, slightly charred, and covered with tiny brown granules that shimmered with a moist sheen. The repeated application of seasoning had seeped into the texture of the meat, presenting a tempting visual effect. Desi grilled fish. It's not the same as what you usually eat. Erland pointed to the white porcelain plate that the chef had placed down. Donna pressed her knife and fork and eagerly said, I love honey-grilled fish. I love honey-grilled fish. But this is also very tempting. Honey-grilled fish. How much honey would that be? I'll try it when I have the chance. It should taste pretty good. Klein's imagination ran wild. With a chef, they no longer had to do it themselves. They watched in anticipation as the pieces of fish were cut, placed on different plates, and pushed in front of them. Klein was very serious when it came to enjoying delicacies. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with the fish. Instead, he picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of black tea, using the slightly sour liquid to clear the residual taste in his mouth. After doing all this, he forked a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he felt the slightly stimulating flavors of fennel, basil, and other spices. They fully opened up his taste buds. Right on the heels of that, the delicious juices of the meat, the slightly astringent saltiness of the sea salt, and the refreshing sourness and sweetness of the lemon exploded at the same time. They intertwined and reverberated in his mouth, enticing him to salivate. As he chewed, the final stubbornness of the fish broke apart under the roasted grease, revealing the beauty and vaguely sweetness of the meat itself. Klein swallowed the fish in his mouth, recalled the food shows he had watched in his previous life, and chose an evaluation that best matched the feeling he had just experienced. The layering is clear, very good. Haha, your tone and words are like those of a gourmet, Erland joked. Donna waved the fork in her hand and echoed, Uncle, maybe you should open a column in the newspaper to review different restaurants and different delicacies. Why didn't I think of this idea? This is a good job that can earn me royalties and taste delicious food. The only problem is that fat people can't be agile clowns. Using the great art of vomiting? That's such a waste of food. Klein seriously considered Donna's suggestion. For this beautiful night, when there wasn't much food left, Erland poured some Sonia blood wine and raised his cup with a ruddy face. Klein and the others were also in a good mood. For this beautiful night. They drank the rest of the liquid in their glasses and watched as the waiter cleared the table and swept the deck. In the cold wind, they chatted for a while and talked about the mermaids that Donna was most interested in. Clevis told the little girl that in some legends, mermaids were also called sirens. They used their songs to confuse humans not for fun but for hunting. In addition to the possibility of encountering such creatures on the route from the Gargas archipelago to the depths of the Sonia Sea, there was also a certain chance of discovering them in the dangerous seas that humans had yet to explore. However, this all stemmed from the bragging of some pirates when they were drunk. They all avoided the question of how they had escaped the mermaid song, and they were not very trustworthy. No matter what, this at least points to a possible direction. Klein noted down the words of their discussion. Donna, Denton, it's time to go back. You have to wake up early tomorrow and share breakfast with your parents. Cecil glanced at the position of the moon. All right. Donna stood up reluctantly. Denton hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Do I have the chance to be an adventurer? His heart had already been captured by the previous hunting activity and the legends he had just heard. Clevis walked to his side and patted him on the shoulder. Before you ask this question, you will need at least 5 years of combat training and the acquisition of knowledge. I believe your father will hire a good tutor for you. Dan Dunn's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. After 5 years, when you grow up, there's a high chance that you won't want to be an adventurer who can be buried at the bottom of the sea at any time. Clevis's handling is very shrewd. He didn't directly refuse, but instead gave me hope and let time wash it away. This prevents a child's sudden rebellion. No matter what, mastering a fighting technique isn't a disadvantage for anyone. Klein put his hands into his pockets and thought in admiration. On the way back to the cabin, Cleves handed 2 5-pound notes to Klein. Your reward. He had just received £150 from Erlin to buy the whole Murloc. I didn't do anything. Klein instinctively refused. Cleves glanced at him with his light blue eyes and said in a low voice, You freed Cecil and took care of the children. Take care of the children? Klein wanted to laugh, but in the end, he took the 2 notes and drew a triangle on his chest. You are more generous than I thought. Thank you. He no longer refused because he suddenly understood a problem. If he didn't take the £10, in the eyes of a veteran adventurer like Cleves, it would mean that he wasn't satisfied with the price and was trying to get more. He might attack them at any time. Among the people who called themselves adventurers, there were definitely many greedy lunatics. Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow had put away the money, Cleves retracted his gaze and said with a calm expression, This is the rule of the sea. He didn't say anything else as he followed Cecil, Donna, and the others into the cabin. If every commission and every mission of mine was of such difficulty and could yield such rewards, I would have long made a fortune as a private detective. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he turned his head to look at the crimson moon in the sky. It continued to quietly and gently illuminate the night. Legends of the sea, different monsters. I've finally found the feeling of being an adventurer. Klein turned around and walked to the edge of the ship. Bathed in the crimson veil, he admired the waves that grew darker as they went further away. His mood gradually settled as he slowly walked out of the gloominess after the great smog of Bakeland. The cold and humid wind slapped his face, and the vast and boundless ocean entered his eyes, slowly broadening his mind. At that moment, Klein had the urge to recite a poem, but when he opened his mouth, he realized that he couldn't remember the corresponding modern poem. I can't possibly say, "Oh sea, you are all water." The Emperor's Savant sequence is really very suitable for doing such things. I should flip through his poems when I'm free to prevent myself from looking like an illiterate. As Klein lampooned, he looked at the crimson moon and the ocean and sighed. What a beautiful night. After an accident in which they got lost, the expedition team returned to the City of Silver. Looking at the city walls that were covered in weeds, he felt a little dazed, as if he had been gone for many years. Diagonally behind him, Demon Hunter Collins' eyes suddenly turned blank as he raised his hand to press on his right sun acupoint. The rest of the team members were filled with joy and relaxation from the bottom of their hearts. After a difficult exploration, to have a destination and a home waiting for them was the best thing in their hearts. Collins' gaze returned to normal as he turned his head slightly and looked diagonally ahead. Bakeland, the White family. After some thought, the confident Emlyn came in front of his parent. He asked, If I want to delve into the history of the Sanguine, who should I look for? Directly asking about the City of Silver might expose my problem. Although I'm not afraid and am very calm, for the sake of the ancestor and to save the entire Sanguine, I can only choose to hide it. I've always been interested in the history of the Sanguine, and I've gathered a lot of information. Father and Mother know this very well, so they won't suspect anything. This excuse is perfect. Emlyn praised himself inwardly. His father bore a resemblance to him. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked very professional. This gentleman, who had really obtained a doctorate in medicine, put down the thick anatomy in his hand and nudged his glasses. In Bakeland, no one knows more than Lord Nibs. If I dared to look for Lord Nibs, I would have done so a long time ago. Emlyn thought of Mr. Fool's description of a messiah who was burdened with secrets and misunderstandings. He pressed with a serious expression, "Apart from Lord Nibs? He's sleeping underground, so it's not convenient for him to be disturbed frequently." Emlyn's father tugged at the collar of his thick cotton pajamas and thought for a moment. Waymandy, he always thinks of himself as a historian. Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I wish to visit him. Whoosh! With a whistle, the white agate steered into Demir Harbor. It would replenish its fresh water and food on this colonial island before setting sail again the next morning. After hunting the Murloc, Klein spent 2 days that could be described as a leisurely or boring life. He was completely bored by the scenery at sea, so he decided to explore the harbor bar tonight, hoping to obtain more information on mermaids and find inspiration for acting. If I encounter any pirate whose hands are stained with blood coming ashore, I won't be stingy with teaching them a lesson. There are still spirits waiting to be released in creeping hunger. Klein wore all his mystical items, left the cabin, and went down to the harbor with his forehead covered in sweat. During this process, he met Donna, Cleves, and company. They seemed to be heading to the harbor's restaurant to taste Demir's most famous cured meat. While their parents weren't paying attention, Donna and Denton greeted their adventurer uncle whom they had just met, seemingly curious about where he was planning to go. Klein returned a smile, tugged at his collar, and followed the signs to find the nearest bar. Flying Fish and Wine. Klein looked at the signboard and realized that there were all sorts of bounties posted outside the bar. Among them were £800,000 belonging to the King of the Five Seas, as well as hundreds of pounds belonging to ordinary pirate leaders. From high to low, they were stacked layer by layer, forming a unique scenery. It's all money. Klein stood rooted to the ground and watched for a while. Retracting his gaze, he pushed open the door and entered the bar. He found it abnormally quiet, without the usual hustle and bustle of such an occasion. What happened? Klein looked around and saw Captain Erland, who was wearing a dark red coat, sitting at the bar counter. He saw 2 burly men facing each other in the middle. Chapter 502. The brawny man in confrontation wore a Navy's unique blue and white striped shirt. Despite the near-zero Celsius weather, his upper arms remained bare. On the cell phone, he held a dagger and pressed it against the man's throat, but he had an old handgun pointed at his glabella. The owner of the handgun was similarly a muscular man who was more than 1.8 meters tall. He had shaved his hair and had a sea eagle tattoo on his face as he cursed. Dogsh *T Navy. No one in Demir Harbor dares to slander me as a pirate informant. The Navy didn't back down as he cursed back at him. Both sides displayed the rich array of vulgarities at sea. Klein watched from the side for a few seconds before circling around to Captain Erland, who had a sword by his waist and a concealed handgun. He calmly and casually asked, "What happened?" An argument between 2 drunkards. In Demir Harbor and the surrounding waters, there has always been a rumor that Sea Eagle Logan serves the owner of the Black Tulip. The Navy mentioned this just now, but he happened to encounter Sea Eagle. The owner of the Black Tulip? Isn't that Admiral Hell Ludwell? Klein turned around and sat on a high stool in front of the bar counter. He rapped the wooden counter. A glass of Southville beer. 6 pence, the bronze-skinned bartender with white teeth said without any enthusiasm as he wiped his cup. The prices of local specialties here are much higher than in Bakeland and Tingen. Klein took out a handful of copper coins and counted 6 pence for the bartender. At this moment, Logan and the Navy's conflict was stopped by the bar's guards. They exchanged harsh words and retreated to different corners. Perhaps it was because he had lost face. The Navy left in a hurry after about 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the bar turned lively once again. "Do you want to play cards?" Captain Erland pointed to the staircase at the side of the bar. No. Klein's main goal was to gather intelligence. Elan subconsciously wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but he was stopped by his cold and sharp temperament. All he could do was tidy up his dark red coat and remind him. "Do not look for women here." Klein nodded. He picked up the glass of Southville beer and gulped it down. "Also, don't trust anyone here. Only a small part of what they say is true." Erland carried his lanty-proof up the stairs to the second floor. Klein turned his head to look at him, and asked without changing his expression. "Including you?" "Maybe." Erland was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. "At least my reminder was true. Yes, it's also true that I'm a man." "That's not necessarily true. This world has a potion called witch." Klein retracted his gaze and drank slowly as he listened to the customers around him brag. After 2 or 3 minutes, a short and thin man brought his own wine and sat next to Klein. "Buddy, you look like an adventurer." He tilted his head slightly and smiled. The man who greeted him had black hair and blue eyes. His facial features were old, and his temperament was rather wretched. "You can say that," Klein replied coldly. "I can tell that you're a hunter who pursues bounties and riches." The short man looked around, lowered his head, and said in a suppressed voice, "Have you heard of the Spectre Empire?" "I've heard of Amway, and I've also heard of the Heavenly Father and Savior sealed at the bottom of the sea." Klein used his faceless powers to send out a signal not to approach him. "Yes, a huge, ancient ghost ship filled with treasures. We have clues about it," the short man said in a contagious tone. "We found some information and know where it will appear next. We don't want the pirates and navy to benefit, nor do we want others to rob us of our wealth. Therefore, we decided to rent an armed merchant ship to wait in those waters. It will cost about £1,000. I've already found 15 companions and raised £720. Are you interested in participating?" Without waiting for Klein to speak, he fumbled around and took out a stack of yellowish-brown letters. "I know you won't easily believe it. In fact, no one will believe it, but the 15 friends before me have decided to join our plan after reading this information. Do I have a face that can be easily fooled? Or could it be that as long as one is a foreigner, there's no way to escape such matters?" Just as Klein was considering if he should appraise the letters, he saw C. Condor Logan, who had been arguing with someone, walk over from the corner of his eye. "Woody, you're lying again. You darn rat who drowned in dirty water." Logan lifted the short man and threw him into the empty space in the middle of the bar, causing him to fall flat on his back. The burly man with a green tattoo on his head sat down where Woody had been and laughed heartily. "Sorry, this is a rat from Ardemir Harbor. He always does things that ruin our reputation. In fact, we're all very friendly. If you have anything you want to know, feel free to look for me." "Heh, don't believe the slander of those people. I'm an upright person. I have nothing to do with Admiral Hell. The more you emphasize it, the more suspicious it makes me." Klein thought for a moment as his expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "I want to know about the recent rumors." "No problem." C. Condor Logan slapped the bar counter and said to the bartender, "Give me a plate of specially made cured meat. I'll treat this man to a taste of Ardemir Harbor's most famous delicacy." The bartender maintained his cold expression as he pushed open the door to the kitchen at the back. Soon, he came out with a plate of sliced cured meat with distinct red and white lines. £5. He didn't look at C. Condor Logan as he looked straight at Klein. £5. C. Condor Logan turned his head and smiled warmly as he raised his arm to show off his muscles. "Everyone heard it just now. In order to thank me, you are treating me to specially made cured meat." Klein was momentarily at a loss as to what he had encountered. Only when the bartender urged him a second time did he realize that he had been scammed. Furthermore, the other party's ploys were rather deep. First, they used a scam that could be easily seen through to get C. Condor Logan to appear and successfully gain the target's favor. Then, they used the excuse of treating him to a meal to order an expensive specially made cured meat. Finally, they turned their backs on him, distorting the truth and forcing a purchase. It's no wonder none of the drunkards made a ruckus when Rat Woody was thrown out. They were all very afraid of Logan, who was said to be serving Admiral Hell. How should I deal with him? My current persona is Gehrman Sparrow, a slightly crazy adventurer and bounty hunter, Klein raised his cup and drank a mouthful of beer that was rich in the aroma of wheat as he asked in his usual tone, "Why not just rob him? Why not just rob him?" Logan was a little taken aback by the question. Following that, he saw a fist grow bigger and bigger. Dong! Klein threw his left fist and struck Sea Condor Logan's chin, causing him to fall towards the bar counter. With a push of his right palm, Klein nimbly left the chair and approached Logan's falling body. He tightened his thighs, jerked his knee up, and slammed it into Logan's lower abdomen. Puff! Logan threw back his head, eyes bulging, mouth half open. Klein pulled out his gun, stuffed the revolver into the man's mouth, and pulled back the hammer. Logan mumbled. Klein stared into his eyes and suddenly pulled out his revolver. With a fierce swing, he struck the side of Logan's face with the handle and fist. Logan's teeth fell off one by one, and his mouth was covered in blood. Faced with such a heavy blow and pain that exceeded his limit, his eyes rolled back and he directly fainted. Klein supported his body and took out a handful of notes and coins from his pocket. Since they didn't exceed £5, Klein threw them on the counter and said calmly, "Keep the change." The bartender's bronze face turned pale as he shouted in panic, "My boss is White Shark." Klein didn't even look at him as he released his hand, allowing Sea Eagle Logan to fall to the ground. Then, he sat down again, forked a piece of bacon, and stuffed it into his mouth. He found the flavor rather unique, and the taste of spices spread out, scratching at his stomach and throat. After eating 2 pieces, he looked up and asked, "Does your boss know that you're colluding with Sea Eagle?" "No, he doesn't," the bartender replied with a stutter. Seeing that Klein had no intention of continuing his attack and had readily paid the money, the few guards that came over silently retreated. Klein drank a mouthful of beer, glanced at Sea Eagle Logan, and calmly said to the bartender, "He's Ludwell's informant." "He's Ludwell's informant. How much bounty can he receive?" "No, he's not." The bartender shook his head. "He spread the news himself. He was the one who hired the Navy. Only by doing so can he make the people here fear him." Upon hearing this answer, the people drinking at the bar counter put down their cups in shock. There was even a drunkard who staggered to Logan's side and spat on his face. "Pooey! Pooey! Pooey!" Many customers followed suit. Klein lowered his head again as he ate the special bacon. "Tell me about the recent rumors." The bartender heaved a sigh of relief. As he wiped his cup, he introduced the rumors that had happened in the past 2 months. There were some that Klein had heard of, and some that he had just learned of. The Royal Navy's ironclad warship Pritz destroyed a passing pirate crew during its routine training. The fear of the giant warship's cannons has begun to spread among some small and medium-sized pirate factions. Some of them wish to commit crimes before the ironclad warship is fully formed and withdraw from this line of work with a sum of money. In the next 6 months to a year, the seas won't be peaceful. Admiral of Blood Senor and Vice Admiral of Dusk Bulatov Ivan had a conflict in the waters south of Sonia Island. After a huge battle, 2 ships each sank. Klein listened without asking as he gradually filled his stomach. Seeing that the plate of the special bacon had been emptied, he drank the rest of his beer and slowly stood up. "Remember today's lesson." Klein handed the plate to the bartender. The bartender was just about to reach out his hand when he suddenly reached out and grabbed the hair behind his head. Bang! Klein pressed down hard, smashing the bartender's head onto the bar counter. Wood splinters flew everywhere as blood flowed out. The customers dodged as the guards rushed over. After doing all of this, Klein clapped his hands, picked up his cup, and attempted to pour the remaining alcohol over the bartender's head. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, Klein silently gave up. He turned around and bent down, grabbed Sea Eagle Logan, and threw him towards the guards who rushed over. Taking advantage of the guards dodging and the chaos in the bar, Klein ran quickly and agilely circled around, easily leaving flying fish and wine. He pressed down on his hat and quickly walked forward, turning into the street beside him. After changing directions several times, he suddenly slowed down as a gold coin appeared in his hand. The gold coin kept jumping between his fingers as though it was investigating something. Chapter 503. Ding. With a soft sound, the coin rolled down and landed on Klein's palm. Klein looked down to see if it was the front or the back. He spun on his heel and smoothly turned into a secluded and dark alley. The wind by the sea was cold and fierce, and the convection produced in such a terrain made his woolen coat fly backward unconsciously and almost made his half-top hat fall off. Suddenly, Klein stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." His eyes were sharp as he stared at the shadow around the corner. After 4 to 5 seconds of silence, a figure grew out of the darkness and chuckled. "You're very sharp." It was a man in a black cloak. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were burnt yellow, and his eyes were dark blue but bright. His facial features were not too deep. He seemed to be from the southern part of Intis, Lemberg, and Seeger. As soon as he saw him, images flashed through Klein's mind. When he entered the Flying Fish and Wine Bar, he looked around professionally to see if there was anyone he needed to pay attention to. Back then, the answer was no. The other party was drinking and watching from the sidelines. He was no different from the other guests, and his looks weren't anything special. However, the black cloak left a certain impression on him, allowing him to instantly recognize the stalker. "What do you want?" Klein, who was maintaining his persona, slightly lowered his back, like a giant feline that was ready to pounce. The cloaked man laughed again. "The fighting techniques and methods you displayed just now fit my taste very well. I chased after you to ask if you're interested in joining us? Although that fellow named Logan is indeed impersonating Ludwell's informant, White Shark Hamilton really has connections with many pirates and plays a dishonorable role. You beat up one of his men in his bar, so he will definitely remember it. There will definitely be trouble in the future, and I can help you resolve this problem. You are an adventurer, so you must be dreaming of treasures. We, on the other hand, are a group of companions who have gathered together to search for treasures. We are chasing legends such as Spectre Empire, Solomon's Legacy, Secrets of the Fountain of Youth, Death's Key, The Sunken Laurel, and Rozelle's Hidden Treasures. We have traversed the 5 seas, and although we have yet to accomplish one of our main goals, we have found many missing pirate ships. Hee, this sounds similar to what the rat said just now, right? He cleared his throat and said, "To be frank, we are a group of pirates, a pirate crew formed by adventurers. However, we only plunder merchant ships and passenger ships when we are especially poor. Furthermore, we won't harm the innocent. Our main focus is on searching for treasures, and we often reap rewards. Seriously, I've once slept on a bed made of gold coins. If we encounter other pirate ships, we will also strike them down in passing to obtain supplies. By the way, our captain has stipulated that we have to explain our principles and remuneration before we recruit newcomers." "Principles? Your captain is quite interesting." Klein deliberately softened his tense expression to probe if the man would take the opportunity to attack. The cloaked man smiled in a relaxed manner. "That was the principles. Next, I'll talk about remuneration. This fellow sure is confident." Although he isn't a spectator, Klein could tell that he was extremely confident. He didn't think anything of the situation before him. "We don't have a weekly salary or an annuity, but as long as we find treasures or plunder riches, we will distribute them according to our status. Under normal circumstances, when our luck isn't bad, the lowest-ranking sailor will receive £200 to £300 a year. I heard that on land this is equivalent to property? If we can find the sunken laurel, all of us will become tycoons." The cloaked man casually introduced. "According to our status, there will be different days of leave every month, but they can only be accumulated together, with staggered breaks." As he spoke, he suddenly cursed softly, T. The year before last, we missed the best opportunity to find the Spectre Empire because our captain was on leave. Pirates have annual leave? Klein was momentarily surprised. He felt that the pirate crew described by the man exuded a strong sense of humor. It reminded him of a Somali pirate recruitment advertisement he had seen in his previous life. Seeing that the man seemed to be frightened by his words, the cloaked man smiled and added, "As an adventurer, are you still pursuing the legendary powers that transcend nature? As long as you join us, you will have the chance to obtain them." Having said that, he coughed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself." His expression turned serious, and was no longer as humorous as before. Subordinate of Iceberg Edwina Edwards, the Golden Dream's fourth bosun, Blazing Donnas. After reporting his nickname, real name, and identity, Donnas patiently waited for the other party to show a panicked and fearful expression. After a second, he heard the adventurer, who looked polite but acted a little crazily, speak in a deep voice. "Blazing Donnas with a bounty of £3,000? Just as Donnas was about to answer, he suddenly had the illusion that the person standing in the dark alley had turned into an indescribable, hungry monster that was drooling over his soul and flesh. Donnas abruptly clenched his fists. His body lost its previous ease and was so tense that he was actually trembling slightly. His spiritual sense told him that he was facing an abyss full of madness and bloodlust. In this state, Donnas had no idea how much time had passed until the man spoke again. "Why are you here?" "I'm on vacation." Blazing Donna's dignity didn't allow him to answer the question, but his instincts made him spit out a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the other party retract her gaze, and the hunger that wanted to gnaw at his flesh and soul disappeared. He stood in his spot and watched as the young adventurer in a black coat and half-top hat turned around and walked to the other side of the alley. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he stopped and turned his head to the side. "Where's Jaws?" He lives at 1 Seawall Avenue, but he spends most of his time on the second floor of Flying Fish and Wine. "It's the same today," Blazing Donnas answered the man's question truthfully. When the figure disappeared into the distance, Donnas straightened his back and pulled down his cloak. "A terrifying fellow," he sighed silently. Then, he regained his train of thought and muttered to himself, "I have to inform Captain that there's a terrifying fellow in the sea. This is a fellow who looks like a gentleman on the outside, but he's a lunatic on the inside. If I don't have the determination and confidence to kill him, it's best not to deal with him." Donnas pulled up the hood of his black cloak and decided to return to the hotel to sleep. He would wait for the telegraph office to open tomorrow morning so that he could pass the message to his contact in the Rorstad archipelago. As for what would happen to Jaws, he didn't care at all. At the corner of another secluded street, Klein stood in the shadows, looking down at the black glove on his left hand. He discovered that although Mr. Aztec had sealed creeping hunger to a certain extent, its desire for flesh and soul still existed in its essence, and it was attempting to show itself. Under normal circumstances, Klein wasn't worried that anything would happen to the sealed item, but when he had the urge to kill, he would be affected accordingly, causing the hunger that could backfire on him to spread out. Just now, when he heard that the other party was a famous pirate with a bounty on his head, killing intent instantly arose in his heart, causing creeping hunger to become active like a fish that had found water. Fortunately, Klein had always had good self-control in this aspect. From the other party's previous words, he could tell that he wasn't a sinful pirate, so he easily restrained the impulse in his heart. With creeping hunger, there's no loophole in the German sparrow's persona. Klein paused for a few seconds, took out a gold coin, and did 2 divinations. The first was to see if Blazing Donnas was lying, and the second was to see if White Shark Hamilton could cause any harm to him. The first revelation he received indicated that there was no need for Blazing Donnas to lie, and the second indicated that White Shark Hamilton couldn't cause any harm. Klein put away the gold coin, and as he pressed down on his hat, he slid his palm down and caressed his face. He instantly changed his appearance. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Right on the heels of that, Klein unbuttoned his coat and pulled up his shirt so that it wasn't tucked into his pants. After a simple change of clothes, Klein, who didn't bring his cane, broke out in sweat. His lips were dry as he identified the direction and returned to the Flying Fish and Wine Bar. Along the way, he met Blazing Donnas again. The other party only glanced at him before retracting his gaze and walking to the inn on the other side of the bar. After examining the bounty wall, Klein calmly reached out, pushed open the door, and walked in. At that moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since he escaped. Inside the bar, most of the customers had dispersed, but there were still many drunkards who surrounded the area to watch the commotion. Their gazes were cast at the new customer, but they retracted them one after another. Klein arrived at the bar counter without any obstruction. He saw the bartender standing beside a fatty with a terrified look in his eyes. His forehead was wrapped in a thick white bandage, and his nostrils were stuffed with soft tissue. His face was bruised. The fatty was tall and large. His skin was fair, as though he was a great white shark that had swum onto land. He touched his shiny bald head and said to Erland, who was wearing a dark red coat and a captain's straight sword, "Someone told me that you know that guy from before? There are only 3 passenger ships that have arrived at the port today. There won't be many unfamiliar foreigners. Don't try to lie." Erland patted the hilt of his sword and smiled in a relaxed manner. "Yes, he's my passenger. But today's problem is clearly your personal safety. That's why I only wish for him to return here and apologize to me and compensate for the damage to the bar counter," the tall fatty said with a frown. Erland laughed. "White shark, there's a saying in my hometown. Don't hate a stray dog that passes by just because of a rat in a warehouse." "The just Erland, is that your attitude?" White Shark Hamilton narrowed his eyes. Erland held the wooden handle of his pistol, took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, that's my attitude. Yes, this is my attitude. Captain is very domineering." Klein was slightly surprised by Erland's performance. After silently looking at each other for a few seconds, White Shark Hamilton took a deep breath and said, "You once helped me. I don't need to apologize, but he has to compensate half of the losses. You'll pass it on to him." "That's a good suggestion." Erland smiled. White Shark Hamilton's face darkened as he looked around. He suddenly waved his hand and slapped the bartender's face. The bartender flew out, losing a few teeth. 5 meters away, Klein watched quietly, as though none of this had anything to do with him. P.S. Second to last day of November. Seeking monthly vote. It'll be a waste if you don't vote, eh? Chapter 504. Plop. The bartender fell to the ground, rolling in pain as he curled up into a ball. On the cell phone, White Shark Hamilton grunted heavily and didn't say a word. He turned his head and walked to the second floor, causing the wooden stairs to creak. After the spectacle was over, the drunkards dispersed. Captain Erland and company returned to the first floor without being affected and continued playing cards. Klein took the opportunity to step up the stairs. He returned to Flying Fish and Wine, not to deal with White Shark because of the non-existent threat, but purely to obtain more information from this bar owner who had connections with many pirate factions. After all, the hidden meaning behind the name of his new identity, Gehrman, was to hunt pirates whose hands were stained with blood. He wanted to use their souls, flesh, and beyonder characteristics to replace the person awaiting release in creeping hunger. Demir Harbor didn't have any gas resources, so the corridor on the second floor was rather dark. On both sides of the walls were inlaid brass candlesticks, and the lights flickered like dim embers. As Klein observed his surroundings, he reached out to wipe his face and silently transformed into a guard on the first floor. As for the difference in his attire, he used his ability to create illusions to make up for it. After making his preparations, he walked towards White Shark Hamilton's room, which his spiritual intuition told him about. He first passed by the card game, but he didn't attract anyone's attention. He came in front of the few guards guarding the passageway and consciously stopped in his track. He suppressed his voice and said, "There's something happening downstairs again. There's a storm. What's going on tonight?" A guard sighed. "I hope those beauties aren't hurt," another guard said worriedly. He was referring to the prostitutes who were attached to the bar. "They're fine." Klein passed the guard and came to White Shark's door. He cautiously raised his hand and knocked. "Who is it?" Hamilton asked warily. "Boss, it's me. There's something happening downstairs again." Klein recalled the address he had received while watching the spectacle and deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "Damn it!" Hamilton roared angrily. "Come in and tell me what's happening." Klein twisted the doorknob and walked in. As he closed the door, he dispelled the illusion. His facial muscles squirmed rapidly as he changed back into his identity, a new drinker with blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. "You!" Hamilton was stunned for a moment before he opened his mouth and tried to shout. At the same time, illusory fish scales appeared on the back of his hand, and his originally tall and fat body expanded again. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, and an instinctive fear gripped his throat. At this moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a demon that had been starving for many days, and was examining his flesh and soul with a cold, yearning gaze. In an instant, White Shark Hamilton fell into extreme panic and was unable to respond effectively. Klein slowly walked to the sofa, sat down, and politely smiled. "Can we talk peacefully now?" The feeling of being stared at by a terrifying monster suddenly disappeared, and Hamilton suddenly felt relaxed. His body, on the other hand, was like a punctured balloon, shriveling up a lot. He no longer called for help recklessly. Sweat appeared on his forehead. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "A hunter," Klein replied casually. "I heard that you're in contact with many pirate forces. I want to know the corresponding situation." "No, I don't," White Shark Hamilton subconsciously denied. He immediately felt the extreme hunger again, and he felt that the man's eyes seemed to be dyed with a layer of dark red. Klein deliberated over his persona and smiled. "You have two choices. One is to answer honestly, and the other is to be killed by me." "Then, answer honestly." "Killing and channeling?" White Shark Hamilton had heard of similar rumors as he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. "Why do you want to know about this?" Klein smiled and said, "I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. I'm after the bounty." Hamilton suddenly felt that there was an indescribable madness in the other party's polite smile. He couldn't help but blurt out, Are you crazy? I've seen many similar adventurers, but all of them perished at the bottom of the sea. It's not difficult to hunt a pirate alone, but can you guard against subsequent retaliation? The prostitutes in the bar, the seemingly ordinary customers, might be pirates' informants. Accomplices who are friendly with you might be bribed at any time to shoot you in the back. The pirates will also gather intelligence in advance and surround the ship you're on. Can you protect all the passengers? Can you survive the bombardment of cannons and the sea where you can't escape? After venting the fear in his heart, he saw the man who claimed to be a hunter reveal a warm smile once again. Kill them all and there won't be such problems. A true lunatic. White Shark Hamilton drew a breath and said, "I have contact with many pirates, but I'm passive. I'm in contact with many pirates, but they're all passive. The cash, jewelry, and goods they snatch need to be sold in exchange for liquor, food, fresh water, weapons, and women's comfort. All of this has to go through me, but I can only wait for them here. I don't know where their ships are sailing or what their nearest target is." "Anything else?" Klein asked without batting an eyelid. His answer was mainly to scare White Shark. As for the pirates' revenge, he wasn't worried at all. As a faceless, if he could be found so easily, he might as well find a place to sink to the bottom of the sea. Also, White Shark Hamilton's throat bobbed, but he didn't immediately give an affirmative or negative description. He shut his mouth tightly and looked at the gentleman in the half-top hat, meeting his calm and reserved eyes that seemed to be brewing madness. The uneasy silence was like the surface of the sea before a storm, gently reverberating, colliding, and fermenting. Finally, Hamilton moved his gaze away and propped his hand on the table in frustration. "Yes, I'm still gathering information for them. If there's any urgent information, I'll use the radio station they gave me to warn them." White Shark didn't dare take the risk, afraid that the other party had a unique beyonder power that could determine if he was telling the truth or if he was telling the truth. Radio station? Klein, who had succeeded in his gamble, keenly captured the term. "That's what they call it. It's similar to a telegram, but there's no need for a wire." Hamilton turned around and walked to the grayish-white safe before squatting down. "Wireless telegram? Pirates are so high-tech?" Klein vaguely guessed what the radio station was. He had once thought of inventing something similar, but only after flipping through the corresponding magazines did he realize that wireless telegrams had long appeared. It was just that they hadn't found a place in the commercial field yet. The berserk sea that separated the northern and southern continents had lightning and thunder all year round, with chaotic magnetic fields and storms. Only a few sea routes were passable, and even if they were equipped with wireless telegrams, it was almost useless. Similarly, the Fog Sea and Sonia Sea had drastic weather changes, and there were many factors that affected electromagnetic transmission. The application of wireless telegrams was greatly limited. Could it be that there's an improved version that can solve some of the problems? Klein watched White Shark pry open the floorboard in front of the safe, and by twisting the device, a secret door appeared in the wall. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet divided into 3 compartments. The top layer was filled with some documents and bills. There were revolvers, new half-arm guns, and other weapons. Below it was a complicated black machine. With just a glance, Klein determined that the mechanical object was a radio station through his memories from his previous life and the information he had gathered. "It's this thing. They call it a radio station. The news it sends can be received by something as far away as the Rørsted archipelago. Any further will depend on the weather and luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and has many restrictions." Hamilton didn't quite understand. Based on the teachings and experience he had received, he vaguely described the corresponding situation. "The new radio station that's currently being commercialized is even more powerful. I wonder who invented it." Klein listened quietly and directly asked, "Who are they?" He made himself appear like a bounty hunter who didn't know anything about technology. White Shark Hamilton wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Silver Coin Viper Oder, who claims to serve the owner of the Dawn, and Old Quinn, the intelligence officer of the General of Blood, appeared together. "I can't confirm if they are working together. Of course, Oder has always been making claims." "The owner of the Dawn, that Queen Mystic?" Klein retracted his gaze. At some point in time, a gold coin had appeared in his hand. The gold coin constantly rolled between his fingers before finally leaping into the air and landing. It left White Shark unsure as to what was going on as he trembled in fear. Lowering his head to take a glance, he slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "Who gave you the potion?" "Oh well, Old Quinn." Hamilton hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer honestly. Klein nodded gently and didn't ask any further. He turned and walked to the door. Creak. The wooden door opened and closed as the figure in the black coat disappeared from White Shark's room. Hamilton held his breath and waited for more than 10 seconds before finally letting out a long sigh. He quickly wiped the sweat off his face, moved the radio station to the table, took out a codebook, and hurriedly sent a telegram into the distance. "I'm being watched." An unfamiliar fellow. Beside the focused Hamilton, Klein had his hands in his pockets as he watched silently, taking in the waveband spectrum and the contents of the codebook. His departure just now was just a large-scale illusion performance. It was more than enough to deal with a low-sequence beyonder of the sailor pathway like White Shark. As for whether or not he could remember the exact content, a seer didn't need to consider it. A single dream divination would allow him to recall all of it. The General of Blood and his subordinates love to kill, love blood, and are passionate about violence against women. Every time they plunder a passenger ship, there will always be a tragedy. This is publicly acknowledged, and they are also very proud of it. They are never stingy with their proclamations. Hunting targets, adventuring targets, prioritize them. Klein thought for a moment, and while Hamilton was packing up the radio station, he prepared to leave the room. He didn't plan on dealing with White Shark for the time being, afraid that he would alarm his true prey. After all, this fellow was on land and had a fixed territory. Furthermore, he had something on him. He could easily deal with him with a report letter. Amidst Klein's silent footsteps, the door slowly opened and closed, bringing in a cool breeze. P.S. Last day and a half in November. Seeking monthly votes, eh? Chapter 505. After sending the telegram and tidying up the table, White Shark Hamilton completely relaxed. He had the mood and ability to think about the details of the matter. The first question that popped into his mind was, "Where are the guards outside?" He propped himself up with both hands and abruptly stood up. He walked to the door with heavy footsteps and pulled it open. He saw a few of his subordinates standing there in a crooked manner, cracking jokes related to women. Hamilton was furious at first, but he quickly calmed down. His facial muscles twitched slightly as he pounded on the open door. Dong! The guards jumped in fright and instinctively turned their heads to look at the door. "Boss, boss," when they saw who made the noise, they hurriedly stood up and began to speak. White Shark silently took a deep breath and said, "Did you see anyone enter my room just now?" "Yes, Lardero. He said there was a situation downstairs." The guards were abnormally confused by this question. "Boss, you let him in." Just as he said that, they suddenly thought of another explanation. They asked one after another, "Boss, was there a theft inside?" Hamilton's expression sank as he shook his head. "Don't let your mind wander." Creak. He retracted his body and closed the door, leaving the guards looking at each other, suspecting that their boss was drunk. Inside the room, the tall and fat Hamilton frowned as he paced back and forth. Lardero, Lardero, they saw Lardero. That guy can transform into other people's appearance? As a collaborator who helped pirates dispose of stolen goods and gather intelligence, White Shark Hamilton was no stranger to all kinds of rumors at sea. The first thing he thought of was the former pirate Admiral Zillings, who was said to be able to transform into anyone. However, he soon thought of more things. It might not necessarily be this kind of magical ability. If it's really close to the description in the rumors, illusions, suggestions, and mental manipulation can all be done. Hiss, something doesn't feel right. That guy just now looks gentle on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside, and he's terrifyingly strong. Why would he pretend to be my subordinate and call me boss, just to sneak in? Based on his character, he should have knocked out or killed everyone he saw along the way, walked to the door like he was taking a stroll, and then knocked on the door very politely. If he didn't want to cause a huge commotion, leave behind too much information, or expose the secrets related to his sequence, then he could have used a more covert method, such as climbing through the window. How contradictory. There's only one explanation for this contradiction. He's faking it. Disguise my personality, or disguise my strength. Or both of them. When he thought of this, Hamilton suddenly stopped and connected all the details. That guy is a newbie. His madness was an act. His strength was manifested by a particular mystical item. Yes, that must be the case. This is the only way to explain the contradictions. He didn't climb the outer walls and entered through the window because he's a low sequence and isn't good at such matters. Mystical items aren't focused on such matters either. In order to successfully enter the room, he was willing to lower his head and address me as boss because he's purely relying on a mystical item. He doesn't have much confidence in himself, nor is he arrogant or crazy enough. He acted like a madman to match the effects of the mystical item to produce fear in others, creating pressure and asking for information. This can also perfectly explain why he left. The reason why he came to me is because he obtained a powerful mystical item. His ambitions were inflated, and he wanted to make a fortune by capturing and killing pirates. When he learned that I was working for Silver Coin Viper Odor and Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, and that it might involve Queen Mystic, he became afraid. He chose to leave after giving me a perfunctory explanation, not daring to kill anyone. The more White Shark Hamilton thought about it, the more he felt that he had found the truth. He hurriedly set up the radio, flipped through the codebook, and sent another piece of information, briefly describing his guest. He believed that he hadn't been targeted by a hunter. What had happened before was purely a result of the inflated ambitions of a young man who had a fortuitous encounter. And for his target, he also gave the corresponding characteristics: blonde hair and blue eyes. Not crazy. He's even a little timid. Possesses a rather mystical item. Perhaps it can change his looks and figure, or perhaps it can create illusions and combine it with terror. The latter is more likely. In short, there's no way to know what he really looks like. A newbie without much experience. He's good at using items to disguise a powerful aura. He has a certain level of understanding of me. He doesn't seem like a foreigner who's coming to Demir Harbor for the first time. Tap, tap, tap. Hamilton stopped his fingers and leaned back in satisfaction, causing the chair to creak. The corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, as though he could already see the outcome of that bastard. A guy with a very low sequence who possesses a powerful mystical item won't have a good ending at sea. Many greedy sharks will swarm towards him. When the time comes, I won't have to worry about my problems being exposed. The harbor was rather quiet under the night sky. After leaving Flying Fish and Wine, Klein circled into the distance. He first sped up before slowing down, gradually entering a stroll. After confirming that no one was following him, he passed through a dark area and changed his face back to Gairman Sparrow's. He tucked the hem of his shirt into his trousers. Combing his sideburns, Klein took out his gold-rimmed glasses and placed them on the bridge of his nose. There was a hint of coldness in his refined appearance. He began to rely on the stars to determine his direction and returned to where the white agate was docked. As he walked, he chuckled softly. As the cold wind blew against his face, he leisurely thought, "I hope that great white shark isn't that stupid and can see the flaws I left behind." The persona he had created for tonight's visitor was that of a rookie adventurer who didn't have much experience and would make mistakes. As for this person, he knew Demir Harbor and White Shark very well. He had a coveted mystical item on him, and he was dizzy from the immense power. He appeared to be a little crazy. Klein's original idea was that pirates roamed the seas, making it difficult for even the Navy to find them. If he could obtain more accurate information from White Shark, he could obviously visit him directly. If that didn't work, he could use this identity as bait to attract pirates who knew their stuff to a predetermined location and complete the preliminary hunt. After discovering that White Shark could contact Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, Klein's plan was perfected. It was to obtain the password and frequency band, monitor the corresponding situation, grasp the target's movements, and interfere with divination. Then, at the most appropriate moment, he would use the combination of a powerful mystical item and a weak adventurer as bait to catch a few big fish. The problem now is that I don't have a listening device. It's basically impossible to buy one at sea. As the world, I can ask Justice or Miss Magicians to help me purchase a set in Bakeland and use a sacrificial method to deliver it. This is the advantage of the tarot. With this in mind, Klein felt wistful. Seeing that the white agate was in sight, he quickened his pace slightly and discovered that Donna's family, Cleves, and the others were returning from another street. Cleves greeted him with a nod, and when they officially met, he said in a low voice, "Don't worry." When they officially met, he said in a low voice, "I heard that someone caused trouble at Flying Fish and Wine? You're very well informed. You're quite familiar with Demir Harbor." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he calmly replied, "All I did was teach two cheats a lesson." Cleves's brows twitched slightly, suddenly feeling that his judgment of Gehrman Sparrow was somewhat wrong. After observing and interacting with him previously, he believed that although this young adventurer was a little sharp, reserved, and cold, he was still someone who smiled, was polite, and knew when to advance and retreat. But now, he was a little uncertain. He only felt that in the depths of this young adventurer's heart there might be a flame of madness hidden. At this moment Donna's father interrupted and asked, "Mr. Cleves, who is this?" "A colleague, Gehrman Sparrow," Cleves introduced simply. Klein smiled politely and extended his right palm. "It's an honor to meet you. If you need to hire servants in the future and can't find Cleves and company, you can consider me. No problem. I hope you're as strong and professional as them." Donna's father shook Klein's hand warmly and introduced himself. Ertie Branch. Just as Klein released his hand and retreated, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was a slight abnormality in the gift box carried by the Branch family's servants. He quietly activated his spirit vision and discovered that the gift box contained strips of cured meat. However, the surface of the cured meat was very red, very white, and very black, as though it was something from the spirit world. It has the aura of the spirit world, but it's basically harmless. This cured meat is very special. Klein was surprised. Noticing his gaze, Donna's father laughed. "This is a specialty of Demir Harbor. In the middle of the island there's an extinct volcano, and there are a few cracks in the surrounding cave. Natural hot winds blow through, and the cured meat can be dried there, giving it a wonderful and unique flavor. It can be used as a gift for friends. Mr. Sparrow, if you wish to buy some, it's still not too late." Unique flavor? Taste of the spirit world? Klein roughly understood what was going on. According to the theory of mysticism, the spirit world and the world completely overlapped but did not interfere with each other. One had to rely on extraordinary power to break the separation, but this situation was not absolute. There were places in the world where the spirit world was too strong and could vaguely affect reality. In such an area, the dead could easily turn into water ghosts, zombies, and so on. There was also a high chance of supernatural incidents occurring in the residences. There should be a similar situation in the underground cave of Demir Harbor, but it wasn't serious and didn't cause any abnormalities. It only gave the cured meat a unique flavor. "There's no problem if you don't eat a lot of it at once," Klein replied with a smile. "I'm not interested in bacon." It was only at this moment that he confirmed that the cured meat the bartender had given him was a normal breed and not a special one. At that moment, the boy, Denton, pointed at the moon in the sky. "So red?" "Yeah." Donna nodded in agreement. "So red?" Klein looked up and felt that the crimson moon tonight was no different from usual. Because children's spirits are relatively pure, after eating this kind of cured meat and being tainted with the aura of the spirit world, they possess a temporary level of spirit vision? Would the children on this island be in a similar situation? This might be the source of the folklore of Demir Harbor. Klein examined it and found the answer. The group strolled back to the side of the ship, followed the gangway, and went up to the deck. Klein bade them farewell and headed for the second-class cabin. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he activated his spirit vision again. He saw the huge skeleton messenger appear in front of him and throw a letter down. Chapter 506. Klein stretched out his hand and caught the slightly heavy letter. The huge skeleton messenger didn't stop. It directly disintegrated into a fountain and fell onto the deck one by one, disappearing, as though it didn't want to stay here for another second. Holding the letter firmly, Klein didn't look down at it directly. Following his spiritual intuition, he instinctively turned around and looked at the wooden stairs leading to the first-class cabin. He saw Donna and Denton's eyes widen and their mouths half open, as though they wanted to scream because of the scene just now, but they didn't have the time to make a sound. Seeing that it was over, they suspected that they were hallucinating. Children who eat Demir Harbor's special cured meat have a certain level of temporary spirit vision. Klein's brows twitched slightly. Just like when he hunted the murloc, he raised his left hand and raised his index finger to his mouth, silencing the two underage children. Donna, who was already rather tall, immediately raised her hand and covered her mouth. She nodded in fear and excitement, indicating that she understood. She looked down and saw that her brother was still in a daze. She hurriedly pulled his arm and put his palm to his mouth. Cleves and Cecil sensed that something was wrong with them. They stopped in their tracks and looked at Klein, but they didn't discover anything. Facing their gazes, Klein nodded calmly and continued walking to his room. A gold coin had appeared in his hand at some point in time. It fluttered down and swam left and right, as though it had a life of its own. Ding! The gold coin bounced up and down, and the numbers pointed down, indicating a negative. This meant that the episode just now wouldn't bring any harm to Klein. Seriously, this messenger doesn't know any manners at all. He's not like before, when he would pat me on the shoulder and push me down to give me a heads up, or directly turn the surroundings into a spirit world to prevent ordinary people from seeing him. Klein lampooned as he took out his key and opened the door. He sat on the edge of the low bed, lit the remaining half of the candle, and opened Mr. Aztec's reply. When he pulled out the item inside, the first thing that caught his eye was the Dark Emperor card. Looking at that irritating face, Klein instinctively heaved a sigh of relief and let go of his worries. He wasn't afraid that Mr. Aztec wouldn't return it to him. He still had that bit of trust in him. After all, the potion formula and the corresponding ritual could be copied. Only the characteristics of polymerization with high-grade ingredients couldn't be replicated. And this was clearly not the pathway that Aztec was in, nor was it the kind that could be replaced. The big shot had no need for it. Klein was worried that the messenger would be robbed and lose the card of blasphemy that was of great help to his spirit-body state. This wasn't impossible. There were countless strange creatures in the spirit world, so it wasn't too inconceivable that there would be a few fellows who loved to rob messengers and were good at locating locations. Along with the Dark Emperor card was the copper whistle from a member of the Charismatic Order. Putting the two items away for the time being, Klein unfolded the textured letter and read Aztec's reply. That card that depicts the Dark Emperor reminds me of some scenes. There's a Blood Emperor who's as tall as a mountain and wears a bright red cloak. His eyes are abnormally crazy, almost irrational, on the verge of losing control. There's a real Dark Emperor who has been resurrected. He sits on a huge throne and looks down at everything on the land. I look up at him. I lost consciousness after being glanced at by the Blood Emperor. I should have participated in the War of the Four Emperors to a certain extent, but I still need to recall the exact details. Perhaps it was the trauma I suffered that made me lose my memories again and again, causing me to constantly die and wake up. As for the legend of Death's treasure in the Berserk Sea, I don't have much of a stir. Perhaps when I take a ship to the southern continent and pass by that sea, I'll have a certain feeling and be naturally attracted to it. The experience of the copper whistle's owner is very similar to the undying ritual, but there are obvious differences. I sensed an evil aura and signs of danger. I believe that the owner of the copper whistle is in a strange and terrifying state. It's best you don't blow that copper whistle and drive the messenger. This will bring great danger. Wait until I completely recover my memories and figure out what that experience represents before making an attempt. The feather left behind by the copper whistle's owner that you mentioned can be used in the realm of undead. It's a unique material that's rich in spirituality. Once I recall more, I'll organize some rituals and charms that can allow you to use it. Speaking of this matter, I recall that you asked about the method to prevent mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. This will probably take some time. At least for now, I'm still blank in this aspect. Also, I vaguely remember that in the southern continent, there's a special creature called the Feathermen. It's best to seal that card, otherwise it might attract powerful enemies and many calamities. I can give you some techniques. It's not too difficult. First, a modified wall of spirituality, indeed, an activated card of blasphemy has a converging effect. Thankfully, I left it in the land of gray fog. According to Mr. Aztec's description, he shouldn't be deaf who lost his memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked up to the Blood Emperor and the Black Emperor. He's Death's son. He followed that deity to participate in the War of the Four Emperors and unfortunately suffered serious injuries. That should be the case. As Klein pondered, he produced a flame and burned the letter. Following that, he tried the sealing technique and familiarized himself with the knowledge that Aztec had taught him. After doing all of this, he held a ritual and brought the Black Emperor card and the copper whistle of charismatic order into the mysterious space in the land of gray fog to eliminate any possibility of accident. Without a doubt, Klein didn't wish to suddenly encounter King of the Five Seas Nast at sea. Early in the morning, the sun leaped over the horizon and dyed the distance golden. Klein went to the second-class buffet cafeteria, ate 2 slices of bacon and butter on toast, and drank a cup of lemon black tea. After filling his stomach, he went to the deck to breathe in the fresh air and enjoy the beautiful early morning scenery. At this time, he saw Captain Erland return drunk, the straight sword he wore swaying. Thinking of what happened last night, Klein walked over and said without a smile, "Good afternoon. Did Great White give you any trouble? He should be able to find out that I'm a passenger of the White Agate." Erland, who was wearing a dark red coat, took off the boat-shaped hat on his head and laughed. "That's his own problem. Actually, he did ask you to pay half of the bar counter repair fee, but it's not much, just a few soldi. It just so happens that I won £6 last night and gave him some extra tip. That's the end of the matter. Captain, are you afraid that I, a crazy adventurer, will blow things up for the sake of my reputation, so you're going to take the blame yourself?" Klein was silent for a few seconds. "I get it." Then, he turned around and walked back to the bow of the ship, leaving behind a very soft sentence. "Thank you." Returning to his previous spot, Klein felt the sea breeze blow against his face and slowly exhaled. He felt that it was too King difficult to set up a persona. After enjoying the wind for a while, he was about to return to the cabin when 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. They were Donna and Denton. Cecil, who was in charge of protecting them, was cruising a few steps away. Donna clearly hadn't slept well last night. Her eyes were a little puffy, and her face was rather gloomy. However, she was rather excited. She was clearly imitating Klein to look at the scenery, but her eyes were nimbly darting around. Just as Denton, who was in a similar state to her, was about to speak, she spoke first. "Uncle, who was that last night?" As she spoke, she looked ahead without turning her head, but her body trembled slightly, as though she was recalling the scene she had seen last night. "That was a messenger. You can think of it as a postman." Klein similarly didn't look at the 2 children, as though he was talking about what he had for breakfast today. "A messenger?" Denton almost couldn't control his voice. "The world is so big, so there are bound to be some special creatures. Believe me, although it looks very fierce and terrifying, it's actually very gentle and professional. It just delivered a letter to me on behalf of a distant friend." Klein explained slightly, trying his best to describe the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger as pitiful, weak, and helpless. After a night of panic, Donna had calmed down a lot since she hadn't suffered any damage. Her eyes unconsciously lit up. As she said, Good God. It's like I'm listening to a story." "Very cool." Denton also expressed his opinion. Then, he asked in puzzlement, "But why didn't the others see it? They didn't react." "That's because your hearts are pure," Klein said with a slight curl of his lips. This was a white lie. After all, he couldn't directly say that it was the problem with the special cured meat. That would make the two good little guys unable to resist trying it. This way, ignoring the problem of getting sick from ingesting large amounts of it, just randomly activating his spirit vision was a very dangerous thing to do. Even if Klein could sustain the consumption of his spirit vision for a long period of time, he didn't dare to keep it on all the time. Sometimes, seeing things that he shouldn't see could cause him to go crazy or even die. Can we have our own messengers?" Donna asked excitedly. "That depends on luck," Klein answered simply with a calm expression. However, he could not help but complain in his heart. "I don't even have a messenger of my own." If he wanted to obtain a messenger, he had to first design an accurate summoning ritual and prepare the corresponding spirit world creature contract. This was a specialized knowledge, and messing around would easily result in something bad being summoned. Therefore, Klein didn't dare to recklessly attempt it before he was confident. Yes. Donna was looking forward to it. "Then," she whispered, "Uncle, we will keep your secret?" Beside her, Denton nodded heavily. At this moment, a new passenger on the ship at Demir Harbor walked onto the deck with his luggage. After Blazing Donnas sent the telegram, he considered that the captain might have some instructions for him, so he decided to cut short his vacation and head to the capital of the Rorstad archipelago to await further orders. Through his own channels, he got himself a ticket, put on a wig, and blackened his eyebrows. He boarded the White Agate very easily and waited for the liner to whistle out of the harbor. Sigh, just as Roselle the Great said, capable people will always be a little tired. As Donnas walked to the cabin, he looked around leisurely. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. He saw the young adventurer in the black coat, who had a calm appearance but was crazy in nature, standing at the bow of the ship, smiling politely at him like a gentleman. The muscles on Donna's face stiffened bit by bit. P.S. Friendly reminder, this month's monthly ticket will be invalid in 5 hours. Chapter 507. I still haven't updated. But other than the break after the main chapter, I've maintained a stable pace of updates. I should commend myself. Well, let's talk about Mysteries itself. The third book, Traveler, has been written for about 10 days. The plot has been progressing rather slowly. This is actually the effect I want. Little Ku has left the monster house and entered the ocean where there aren't as many big shots. It can't be as exciting and dangerous all the time. There's no need to be so depressed, and the pace will definitely be more relaxed. With Traveler as the title, I hope to bring everyone to experience the local customs of different places in the world of mysteries, interesting folklore, supernatural creatures, and more sequences. This will make the world fuller and more realistic. Of course, there will definitely be conflicts in the plot. There will be no lack of danger and excitement, but it will not be as concentrated. It will be reasonably distributed in Little Ku's search for mermaids, his journey as Faceless, his cooperation and conflict with the 7 generals and 4 kings, and the excavation of legendary treasures. These will also be embedded in such experiences like pearls. In short, the name of German Sparrow will spread across the sea. A plain and relaxing plot is actually the most difficult to write. I have to consider the rhythm, and I have to ensure that it's interesting, not boring, and not tiring. Recently, my writing speed has slowed down a lot. In addition, I train 3 times a week. I really don't have the ability to update in a short period of time. Finally, it's a new month. Please give me monthly votes to encourage me so that I can write the third book better and better. Actually, I'm not really interested in fighting for rankings. A small part of it is because I'm lazy, but most of it is because I'm worried about everyone's money. No one's money comes from the wind. Read, gather some monthly votes, and vote. Alright, there's no need to waste more money. I'll only consider tipping when I have spare energy. I don't want to burden the readers who like and support me. Isn't it better for everyone to read quietly and happily? If one day I get first place in a ranking, I hope that it's because we have many fellow readers and a deep foundation. Everyone can eat hot pot and sing songs and easily get first place. Yes, we still have to have dreams, right? And for such dreams, I have to write better and better. I have to never be satisfied, and I have to keep challenging. Alright, I'll ask for monthly votes again. Everyone, do what you can. The main thing is that the recommendation effect is better, and there will be more subscriptions. That's just a small amount of money. Chapter 508. Realizing that a pirate worth £3,000 had boarded the ship in disguise, Klein immediately became a little wary. He smiled at Donna and Denton, who were beside him. He smiled at Donna and Denton and said, "I have a friend." He calmly strode towards Vice Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun, his gaze locked onto him. Blazing Danitz, whose smile had already stiffened, suddenly had a thought when he saw the young adventurer, who had crazy blood flowing through his veins, slowly approach him. Run, run, run with all my might. Even if I have to use my beyonder powers and expose my true identity, I have to escape immediately. In his eyes, the reserved and cold adventurer was a genuine monster in human skin. Just as Donna's was about to take action, he suddenly calmed down because he recalled what had happened last night. The other party didn't attack him and allowed him to leave. That is to say, he doesn't have any enmity to hunt me down. I can resolve the current crisis through communication. Directly escaping will instead intensify the conflict. Thoughts raced through Blazing Donna's mind. Relying on his rich experience, he forcefully controlled his legs and waited in a seemingly normal manner. Klein walked up to him step by step and revealed a smile. "Good morning, we meet again." That warm and polite smile made Danitz shiver inexplicably as he twitched the corners of his mouth. He twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "Good morning." Klein maintained his persona, his expression turning cold bit by bit. "Why are you boarding the ship?" To the Rorstad archipelago, Blazing Donnas, who could be considered a famous pirate, answered honestly. "Why are you going there?" Klein asked calmly. Donnas forced a smile and said, "Waiting for our captain's orders." "Wait for our captain's orders. There might be a mission for us. He'll probably chase me off the ship. No matter what, there's a potential risk for a pirate to board a passenger ship." After saying that, Donnas guessed the possible developments. This was a pretty good outcome for him. At most, he would just waste a ticket. Klein fell silent, so silent that Donna's hair stood on end. After 5 or 6 seconds, he spoke again. "Which cabin are you staying in?" "First class, room 312. Donnas raised the ticket in his hand to his eyes. He didn't dare to look down, afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Is there a servant's room?" "Yes." Blazing Donnas answered subconsciously, but he was at a loss. He didn't understand the meaning of the question at all. Then, he heard the other party say in a flat tone, as if he was ordering a subordinate, "You sleep there." "Huh? Where?" "I sleep in the servants' quarters? Aren't you going to kick me off the boat?" Danitz was a little taken aback as he blurted out, "Why?" Klein swept a glance at him and said indifferently, "You're not the only one." "Hostage." "Hostage? He's worried that I'm a spy on the ship so that the subsequent pirates can hijack the white agate, so he plans on using me as a hostage? Makes sense. If that's really the case, even if I'm kicked off the ship now, I won't be able to avoid the pirates' attack. It's better to take me as a hostage. It'll be easier to negotiate. **T. I hate this kind of arrogant and indifferent guy who can't speak human language the most. He always says one or two words or half a sentence, and I have to guess the rest myself. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat him, I wouldn't even interact with such a guy. Why did I find his temper to my liking? I must be crazy." Donis gritted his teeth as he thought. "All right." He exhaled helplessly. "Go to your cabin." Klein maintained the perfect persona of a German sparrow. Phew. Blazing Donis carried his suitcase and reluctantly led the monster in human skin into the cabin. They arrived at the upper deck and arrived at room 312. After opening the door, Klein quickly scanned the room and felt that it was many times better than the second-class cabin. The living room was about 30 square meters, and it was connected to a master bedroom and 3 servant rooms. There was a separate bathroom, a standard wardrobe, and a mahogany desk. Donis put down his suitcase and looked at the servant room. He suddenly thought of a very important question. Are we just going to leave the master bedroom empty? Just as he said that, he already knew the answer. It's mine, Klein said with a refined smile. As expected, in order to watch over me. Donis felt depressed. Klein took 2 steps on the carpet in the room and pointed at the door. Follow me downstairs. Okay. Donis was somewhat confused, unsure of what the other party was up to. The adventurer and famous pirate team quickly arrived at the second-class cabin area and found Klein's original room. After opening the door, Klein didn't enter. He pointed inside and said to Donis, "Pack the things on the table." "Pack the things on the table into the suitcase." "What? Pack? I'll help you pack?" Donis was stunned. In an instant, he felt a surge of anger rush to his head. How can I, Blazing Donis, Vice Admiral Iceberg's 4th boatswain, a famous pirate with a bounty of 3,000 pounds, be ordered around like a servant? My dignity and my reputation don't allow me to accept such an insult. Seeing Blazing Donis standing there motionless like a stone statue, Klein gave him a cold look. Donis' body immediately trembled. He took a deep breath and replied with a smile that looked uglier than crying, "All right. All right." He bent his back and entered the room that wasn't considered high, and he quickly placed the items scattered outside into the suitcase. Without needing Klein's reminder, he placed them neatly, even more attentive than his own luggage. After doing all of this, he carried the suitcase and followed Klein upstairs. Along the way, he had the urge to sneak up on Klein's back, but he ultimately held back. After returning to room 312, Donis gritted his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "How should I address you?" "German Sparrow," Klein replied succinctly. "German Sparrow." Donis ruminated over the name inwardly, swearing that he would never forget today's encounter. In the future, he would definitely let him have a taste of something similar. "Captain will definitely help me," he thought expectantly. For the sake of his persona, Klein didn't choose a reclining chair. Instead, he randomly found a hardwood chair and sat down. He leaned against the back of the chair and arched his body slightly. His hands were naturally clasped together as he said to Blazing Donis, "Tell me about the famous pirates you know." "There are many," Donis replied with some difficulty. He stood in his spot, not daring to move like a servant. Klein slowly curled the corners of his mouth. "According to the bounty." With that said, he pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit." Donis heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly sat down. He suddenly felt that the other party wasn't bad. At the very least, he was willing to give him a seat. Whoosh! The white agate left the harbor and sailed into the vast sea, sailing at 13 knots until noon. Blazing Donis, whose mouth was parched from talking, received permission to stop. He took the ticket and led Klein to the first-class dining hall. The dining hall was elegantly decorated. There was a violinist playing in the corner, and there were certain barriers separating the different tables, ensuring the privacy of the dining environment. After taking a few steps, Klein encountered Donna's family, Clevy's, and the others. They had taken up a large table, and were waiting for the waiter to serve them the delicacies. Uncle Sparrow. Because of their common secret, the little boy, Denton, had quietly changed the way he addressed him. Donna blinked her eyes, fully displaying her confusion. She clearly remembered that Uncle Sparrow lived in a second-class cabin and shouldn't have appeared in this dining hall. Klein smiled and waved his hand as a greeting. He then pointed at Donna's. His treat. Is that so? Donna sized up Donna's curiously. She felt that this gentleman looked strange, especially his eyebrows, which were very unnatural. Clevy's put down his knife and fork and fell silent for 2 seconds. Your friend? Klein chuckled and turned to Donna's. How do you think I should answer? Donna's gritted his teeth, then forced a smile. Gehrman once saved me. Yes, that's right. Otherwise, I might have been killed by him and exchanged for a bounty. Donna's comforted himself inwardly. Clevy's sized up Donna's and didn't say anything else. Walking past Donna's family, Klein found a table by the window. The waiter came over very enthusiastically and handed over the menu. Charcoal grilled steak, foie gras in red wine, vegetable salad. Donna's glanced at the menu and couldn't help but sigh. It's still better to have a ship that docks at the port every 2 or 3 days to replenish. There's enough fresh food. When it comes to those that float at sea for a week or 2, we can only alternate between beer, cured meat, and all kinds of canned food. It's so monotonous that it drives people crazy. However, the sea itself will also provide fresh ingredient. You have to be able to distinguish between them. We have a sailor on our ship who once had diarrhea to the point of his buttocks because of a beautiful lobster. As a pirate, he wanted to describe it in vulgar terms, but after looking at the German sparrow's expression, he changed his words in time. Diarrhea to the point of his buttocks. I have reason to suspect that there are other factors. Although your captain is a woman, there should be very few women in the crew. Also, they can't go ashore for a long time, so the sailors must be very thirsty. Klein criticized inwardly. He took the menu and scrolled down according to the price. All of these. Okay. The waiter's expression didn't change in the slightest. At this moment, Klein saw Captain Erland enter the restaurant and pass by, so he simply greeted him. When he turned around, he found that Blazing Donnas had already turned his head to look out the window, as if he was looking at the scenery. Does the captain know you? Klein asked in an almost declarative tone. Donnas laughed dryly. When he was the boatswain of the William V, we fought with them. And I'm also considered a relatively famous pirate. At this point, Donnas thought of his current situation and suddenly felt a little melancholic, so he changed the topic. I've always wondered why the just Erland suddenly left the Navy. At that time, he was already an arbiter. Chapter 509. A Beyonder was allowed to leave the fleet? Without needing Donna's explanation, Klein easily understood why he found it odd. In the Nighthawks, even the purely civilian staff were subject to strict restrictions. Normally, they would sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement when they left their jobs. They were not allowed to leave the Nighthawks' jurisdiction without approval. After obtaining approval to move to another city, they had to immediately register with the local church of Evernight. From such a rule, one could see the officials' attitude towards Beyonder powers and related matters. It was impossible for a Beyonder who had drunk the potion to leave the organization so easily. Klein clearly remembered that Miss Justice clearly had the means to become a Beyonder, but she wasn't willing to attempt it. The reason she gave was that she didn't want to lose her freedom. Similar thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't express them. This was because the polite but cold German sparrow wouldn't be interested in such rumors. So what? Klein looked at the cutlery on the table and calmly asked, Do you know how to chat? Blazing Donnas secretly took a deep breath and forced a smile. I just find it odd. We all suspect that he has joined MI9 and is monitoring the sea route as a captain. That's possible. Klein picked up the cup of water and took a sip. The dishes he had ordered began to be served according to their categories. The restaurant even gave him 2 cups of sweet, bubbling, pale golden apéritif. Klein didn't say another word and focused on enjoying the delicacies. He felt that this was indeed much better than the second-class restaurant. The melodious sound of a violin reverberated in the air, and the slight contact between the cutlery and porcelain plates could be heard. Outside the window, the blue and open sea rippled quietly. Everything seemed so beautiful. Just as Klein entered the dessert segment, a crew member ran in and rushed to Erland's table. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." He didn't hide his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. Klein looked up, his eyes dark and cold as he looked at Donna's. Blazing Danitz stiffened for a second as he smiled bitterly and suppressed his voice. "If I say this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Klein relaxed his eyelids that had almost twitched from his performance and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. I guess you're a son of a bitch." Donna's was furious and almost cursed out loud. He maintained his smile. "Your wisdom is enough to judge everything." At this moment, Erland had already quickly asked about the situation. He stood up and said to the flustered first-class passengers, "Captain, there's only one pirate ship. We have enough power to deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner and await the arrival of good news. Believe me, the damage caused by the chaos far outweighs the pirate attack. I do not wish for there to be rumors in the future that although the White Agate successfully repelled the pirates, 5 or 6 or 7 passengers fell and injured themselves." Under his arrangements, Donna and the others left the dining hall and returned to their cabins, including Klein and Blazing Donna's. "I thought you would temporarily take over the White Agate and strive to prevent any damage to the ship." In room 312, Donna's closed the door and asked with the mindset of watching a drama. To be able to immediately throw out an olive branch after discovering a suitable candidate and talk about his principles and treatment was enough to show that he was an extroverted bosun who was willing to talk. Klein glanced at him, walked to the window, and looked out. He saw a large ship with a red skull flag sailing towards them. It had a chimney and sails. "Do you know them?" Klein stood behind the thick glass window with his hands in his pockets. Donna's came diagonally behind him and looked out for 2 seconds. "The Red Skull Pirates, a small to medium-sized faction. The captain is C. Wolfe Johnson with a bounty of £900. The first mate is One-Eyed Anderson with a bounty of £500. In the world of pirates, bounties were an important reference for status and identity. Considering that he didn't have good underwater mobility at the moment, and allowing pirates to board the ship could easily cause casualties to innocent people, Klein was silent for a few seconds. "Do they know you?" "Of course." Donnas instantly straightened his back. "They are qualified to participate in the gathering of pirates. I once kicked their butt." As expected of a famous pirate with a bounty of £3,000, Klein asked again with an unchanged expression. "Do they have binoculars?" "This is a necessary item. Even if we control the ship, there will be sailors standing on the lookout deck. Use binoculars to observe the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack," Donnas replied with hidden disdain. He could tell that this dangerous fellow was a new adventurer, and it was likely his first time at sea. He used to be a famous bounty hunter? A member of a secret organization? Donnas subconsciously guessed German Sparrow's past. At this time, will the captain and first mate use binoculars to observe this side? Klein wanted to use £900 and £500 to refer to them, but he felt that it was a little impolite. "Definitely. They must always grasp the situation of the target they are plundering," replied Donnas, slightly confused. He didn't understand German Sparrow's goal in asking these questions. According to his thoughts, if he had the powerful strength of the other party, he would definitely allow the Red Skull pirates to approach, find an opportunity to board their ship, and kill everyone. Klein turned his head and looked at Donnas, revealing a gentle and warm smile. That's good. What do you want to do? Don't smile like that. Donnaz suddenly panicked and summoned the courage to resist. Take off your wig, Klein instructed calmly. Donnaz was puzzled and slowly took off the wig on his head. Klein took out a special bottle of extract from a secret pocket in his clothes and handed it over. Wipe your eyebrows and face clean. This was the mystic type, makeup remover, he had prepared for the clown disguise before he advanced to faceless. He had used it when he besieged the Wraith from Rose School. The current Klein naturally no longer needed such things, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Donnaz became more and more puzzled, but before the other party attacked, he didn't want to make it impossible for him to return. He could only follow the instructions and wash off the disguise on his face, returning to his original appearance. Putting away the metal bottle, Klein opened the window and let the sea breeze in. Stand here and face outside. He pointed to the back of the window and said to blazing Donnaz. Donnaz walked over in a daze and vigilance, standing firmly behind the window. Klein observed for a few seconds and calmly asked, "You have two choices. One is to crawl out yourself and hang there in a conspicuous manner, and the other is to be hung there in a conspicuous manner while I'm holding your collar. What do you want to do?" Donnaz blurted out. Klein revealed a genial smile again. "Show you to the pirates. The fourth bosun of Vice Admiral Iceberg should have enough weight to dissuade them." "No, I can't do that." Donnaz subconsciously chose to refuse. He could imagine what kind of judgment the Red Skull pirates would make when they discovered him. Either Blazing Donnaz had been captured and there was a terrifying powerhouse on the ship, or this ship had already been targeted by Vice Admiral Iceberg, and the other pirates had immediately distanced themselves. And the way I'm hung out will determine what they will think. Donnaz thought sadly. Klein smiled even more genially. "I'm a very easy person to get along with. Really, as long as you do as I say." At that instant Donnaz felt the indescribable hunger again. He felt as if his flesh and soul would be torn apart at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons for a second, he half raised his hands, gritted his teeth, and smiled. "I'll do it myself." Donnaz held back his anger and grievance as he turned around and climbed out the window. Relying on his balance and strength that he had honed over the years, he used his elbows as support and hung outside the cabin. "Don't attempt to escape. I'm not a patient person." Klein's expression turned cold as he gently reminded him. "Phew." Donnaz resisted the urge to release his elbows and jump down. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew member in charge of observing the white agate sent a message to Seawolf Johansson. "Boss, there's a strange fellow hanging outside the window." Johansson was taken aback for a second as he raised his binoculars and held them in front of him. He quickly discovered the strange fellow that his subordinate was referring to because his position was just too conspicuous. Isn't this Blazing Donnaz?" Johansson's eyebrows twitched as he recognized him. Why would he appear on the white agate? What's the meaning of him hanging outside? Is this Vice Admiral Iceberg's prey? After a series of questions, Seawolf made a judgment. He raised his right hand and said, "Everyone, take note. Everyone, stay away from this area immediately." Inside room 305, Cleves gripped his revolver tightly and stood by the window to prevent a possible boarding battle. Donna's family was a little afraid and didn't return to their respective bedrooms. Instead, they sat in the living room, waiting for the bombardment to begin. Cecil and the other bodyguard, Teague, stood guard by their side, fully on guard. At that moment, Cleves's slightly aged eyes revealed a puzzled look. After a few minutes, he took a step back, lowered his gun, and said to everyone, "The pirates have left." "What?" This development surprised and puzzled Branch and the others. They had no idea what the pirates were thinking. Room 312. Blazing Donnaz crawled back and snorted uncontrollably. "You're using our captain's reputation to your advantage. She hates this kind of thing." Just wait to be taught a lesson by Vice Admiral Iceberg. Donna's thought angrily. Klein listened quietly and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter? I remember her bounty in Rouen was £26,000. This lunatic." Donna's couldn't find the words to respond. Chapter 510. Captain, the Red Skull has escaped. A sailor rushed into the captain's cabin. Escaped. Erland raised his monocular and looked at the calm sea in puzzlement, just in time to see the Red Skull disappear into the horizon. He frowned, completely at a loss as to why such a development had occurred. From his point of view, the armed forces of the White Agate definitely wouldn't be able to directly scare off the Red Skull pirate. Both sides would definitely circle around dozens of times and fire multiple volleys. Only then would the other party feel that they couldn't take down this tough nut and not dare to engage in a prolonged battle. Thus, they would rationally retreat. Could it be that the Red Skull was just passing by and had no intention of plundering? However, if they weren't plundering, why would they enter this sea route? This is the place where naval fleets and the Church's ships are most likely to block. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals will try to keep a low profile when passing through the nearby waters. Erland was filled with doubts and felt that things weren't that simple. Caution prevents disaster. I can't be careless. Erland put away his yellowish-brown monocular and paced back and forth. He half raised his hand and said to the navigator, "Stop at Bancy Harbor tonight. Report the encounter with the pirates to the Navy and the Church." According to the normal plan, the White Agate's next stop would be Tiana Harbor. It would take about 3 more days to reach it at a speed of 13 knots. After leaving Tiana Harbor, it would reach its final destination, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of Generosity, Byam. There was an even faster way to sail from Pritz Harbor to Byam, and that was to make only one stop, at Bancy Harbor, which was 120 nautical miles from Demir Harbor. Has the Red Skull really left? Donna's father, Erdy Branch, walked to the window and looked into the distance. Cleves nodded calmly. Yes. Just as he said that, a sailor's shout came from outside. Danger averted! Danger averted! Upon hearing the official confirmation, Donna and Denton finally relaxed. They had the courage to approach the window and observe the situation outside. Are the Red Skull pirates very powerful? Donna widened her eyes as she searched for a ship that had already left. Very powerful. Cleves gave his answer. How powerful? Denton immediately asked. On the other side, the bodyguard, Digger, tidied his hair and chuckled. Even if we don't count the ship's cannons and several hundred pirates, just Captain Johansson and First Mate Anderson are extremely powerful. Anderson's nickname is Cyclops, and his bounty in the kingdom is £500. With everyone in this room together and the help of a few sailors, we might be able to defeat him in battle. As for Johansson, his nickname is Seawolf. He can easily take care of such an opponent. If they board the ship, Seawolf will be unstoppable. His bounty is £900, close to £1,000. Is that a lot? Donna was shocked by how powerful Seawolf and Cyclops were, but she was also surprised by their bounty. As far as she could remember, her father's annual income was £1,500. It's a lot. This is the bounty that can be directly exchanged for them or their heads. The items on their bodies and the things they plunder will also belong to you. The kingdom will buy them at market price, and you will also have the chance to obtain bounties from other countries, Cecil explained from the side. At sea, pirates with a bounty of more than £300 are quite powerful, and those with bounties close to or above £1,000 are at least very famous in their own seas. I'm talking about big seas like the Sonia Sea and the Fog Sea. So, the 4 kings and 7 generals are famous in the 5 seas? Donna asked innocently. Cleves replied seriously. Yes. Then, the Red Skull pirates are very famous in the entire Sonia Sea? Donna asked logically. Yes. Digger nodded. But why are they running? Donna blinked. It might not necessarily be because they're running. Cecil himself didn't quite understand the reason. Cleves looked out the window again, his forehead slightly creased. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they didn't want to plunder at all this time, and it was just a simple encounter. Another reason? As Donna's thoughts ran wild, she suddenly had a guess. Had Uncle Sparrow's gentle messenger, as tall as a house, scared them off? It was really scary. Donna's mind was like boiling water, bubbling and bubbling. She turned her head excitedly and looked down. She found that her brother Denton's eyes were also shining. Both of them pursed their lips at the same time and immediately understood that the other party was thinking about the same thing as them. Let's go out for some fresh air. It's on this floor. Donna found an excuse and pulled her brother out of room 305. Outside, Denton suppressed his voice and said, "Are we going to find Uncle Sparrow?" "Correct." Donna smiled energetically. "I saw him enter 312 earlier. In room 312. Without mentioning Vice Admiral Iceberg, Blazing Donnas looked back at the Red Skull, which had turned its bow around. They must have been frightened by the declaration of the Navy's cannons and the news of the destruction of the pirate groups. They actually took the risk to enter this channel to plunder, hoping to earn enough money to leave the sea. So what if they have cannons? The Navy and the Church have many powerful things, and they've always existed. They haven't caused a situation where they can't continue being pirate. If we can't beat them head-on, we can always escape, right? They can't possibly be escorting those merchant ships all the time, right? I know that ironclad warships are getting bigger and bigger, and the steam turbines installed will also get more and more powerful. Their speed will one day exceed 18 knots or 20 knots. Once we're chased by them, we can only wait to be caught up. But the sea is so vast, and even if thousands of ships are thrown into it, they won't be able to fill a corner. There are still many, many unexplored seas by humans. Although it's dangerous to hide in those places after doing something, there are also opportunities. This fellow is indeed the talkative type. Don't you think a crazy adventurer wouldn't care about such things? Klein retracted his gaze and scanned the room. His gaze finally fell on his leather suitcase, and then he raised his chin at it. Wash the dirty clothes inside. Donnas, who was about to give a long speech, froze. He wished he could set the entire ship on fire. He felt that his anger was like a gush of steam, pushing against the floodgates of reason. Donnas opened his mouth, took a breath, opened his mouth again, and took another breath. His flushed face eased, and he asked without a smile, "Is it everything?" "Just the dirty ones. Just brush the coat." "Just the dirty ones. Just brush the coat." Klein was almost amused by the other party's act of suppressing his anger. He thought that this was the treatment Donnas deserved after robbing an innocent person. Inside the suitcase were the clothes he had washed last night. Because he was a little lazy, he had only scrubbed his underwear for the time being. "Calm down, don't lose control. Calm down, don't lose control." Donnas repeatedly admonished himself, walked to the German Sparrow's suitcase, opened it, and took out the clothes that needed to be cleaned. He had just started busying himself in the bathroom when he heard the doorbell jingle. Klein opened the door and found Donna and Denton. "Uncle Sparrow, I'm not disturbing you, am I?" Donna's eyes darted left and right. "Nope." Klein made way for them. The two little fellows entered the room and were surprised to see Donna's washing clothes. "Where's the servant?" Denton asked subconsciously. "He didn't bring one," Klein answered for Donna's. Donna said in confusion, "But there's an exclusive laundry maid in the first-class cabin." "But the first-class cabin has its own laundry maid, and the fee is calculated by the bucket." Before she could finish her sentence, Donnas froze. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about this matter. Donnas shook off the water droplets on his hands, turned around, squeezed out a smile, and said to the German Sparrow, "Can I ask the laundry maid to help?" Klein didn't have the malicious intent to see the other party embarrass himself. He smiled and said, I only care about the results. Phew. Donna's heaved a sigh of relief. The question and answer between the two made Donna sense that something was amiss. The little girl asked suspiciously, Uncle Sparrow, aren't you two friends? Why does he look different from before? Klein found a chair and sat down without hiding anything. To be precise, he is my prisoner of war. Prisoners of war? Dan Dunn looked left and right in a daze. He did not remember any conflict between his two uncles. Donna was puzzled at first, but then her heart skipped a beat. Is he a pirate? Klein nodded lightly. The Red Skull pirates were also scared off by you, Uncle Sparrow? Donna asked excitedly. Klein glanced at Danitz and replied without any expression, That's right. Sort of. Having all her doubts answered, Donna was abnormally satisfied. She glanced at Donna's and unconsciously lowered her voice. Uncle Sparrow, does he have a name? No. Does he have a bounty? No. I can't let anyone know what happened to me. Donna's opened his mouth and answered first. My name is Sieg. At this moment Klein said lightly, That's right. Donna's. Donna and Dan Dunn looked at each other and didn't ask any further. The siblings didn't stay long before they bade farewell and left. They had a nagging feeling that the pirate's eyes were very fierce. When they returned to room 305 and saw that her father and Uncle Cleves were still discussing, Donna pretended to interrupt innocently. Many people were talking about pirates just now. Did they mention Donna's? Is he very powerful? Donna's. Blazing Donna's. He's Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinate, the fourth bosun of the Golden Dream. Cleves replied simply. At this point, he suddenly fell silent and retracted his eyes, as though he was recalling something. A pirate admiral's subordinate? Donna asked curiously, How much is his bounty? Cleves returned to normal and said in a deep voice, 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds? Donna and Dan Dunn's mouths gaped open bit by bit, almost forgetting to close them. The captain of the Red Skull only had a bounty of 900 pounds, but that fellow who looked like a servant was worth 3,000 pounds? The siblings looked at each other, speechless. At 6 in the evening, the White Agate entered the harbor again. Bancy Harbor? Erland is very cautious. Donnas stood by the window and looked at the dark harbor and the tall lighthouse. Without waiting for Klein's response, he laughed to himself. There seems to be some bad rumors here. Chapter 5:11. Klein had already gained a basic understanding of Donna's character, so he didn't take the initiative to ask about the legends. He continued sitting in his chair and calmly looked at him. Without being interrupted, Donnas shook his head. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when Ruan's army first occupied this island, more than 500 soldiers mysteriously disappeared after a heavy fog. Not long after, many bones appeared by the sea and on the mountains. Similar incidents happened several times until the Church of the Storm built a cathedral here and sent a bishop. Although historians attributed the official start of the colonial era to Rozelle's fleet finding a safe sea route to the southern continent, in fact, the various countries in the northern continent had been exploring the surrounding seas for a long period of time before that. They had colonized a few islands, but these actions weren't on a large enough scale. Mysteriously disappearing in the fog. Bones appearing by the sea and on the mountains. Klein suddenly thought of the forsaken land of the gods. According to Little Sun's description, there was no sun there, only lightning and night. And when humans were enveloped by the darkness without any light, they would encounter strange or terrifying events. Danitz looked at the lighthouse that was exceptionally eye-catching in the setting sun and continued, That's right. And according to the tombs and murals excavated on the island, the natives here seem to have a tradition of cannibalism. This island is situated in a region with intense climate changes. It often encounters earthquakes, storms, and fog, bringing disasters to the natives time and time again. In order to survive, they began to worship the god of weather that they created. Every year, they hold 4 rituals. The ritual's content is to kill a chosen blessed, share his blood and flesh, and bury his head in an altar. However, such traditions have long been replaced by the storm rituals. The original language of the natives has also disappeared. God of Weather. A conquered island that once retained the tradition of living sacrifices. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Donas retracted his gaze and casually said, "It's precisely because of these legends that Bansi Harbor has 2 unique customs. It's precisely because of these legends that Bansi Harbor has 2 unique customs. One is that on nights with heavy fog and drastic weather changes, the door is tightly shut. Do not go out and do not respond to knocking sounds. The other reason is that they are fond of the blood of all kinds of animals. They learned to add salt to it from the migrating elves, so that the blood would coagulate into strange lumps. Together with the local spicy spices, it would be tender and fragrant. Wasn't this the blood curd?" Klein was stunned for a second. His puzzlement turned into a frown. Elves? According to the stereotype formed in his previous life, elves should be elegant vegetarians. Why would they study the correct way to consume blood and the 100 ways to make blood curd? Yes, rumor has it that many elves like coagulated blood. Donas threw up his hands and replied, "Unfortunately, it's very difficult to encounter such creatures that are good at cooking. Little Sun once mentioned that the ancient god, Elf King Saniathrim, wields the authority of the Lord of Storms. Then, the elves should be similar to Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. From the looks of it, it's not incomprehensible for elves to like blood food. Perhaps they even have the trait of being irascible. This scene is quite beautiful." Klein's thoughts raced as he gradually turned his attention to the blood curd. "I haven't eaten it in a long time." He had the thought of disembarking the ship to try some delicacies. At this moment, Donas took the initiative to suggest, "There's a famous green lemon restaurant here. There's a famous green lemon restaurant here. The pig's blood is especially delicious. Do you want to try it?" He had a nagging feeling that it was very dangerous to be alone in a room with German Sparrow. He was worried that this monster in human skin would suddenly go crazy. He should be more restrained in places with many people. Holy Lord of Storms, may this journey end soon. Donas prayed without much confidence. As a pirate, he also believed in the Lord of Storms, but he lacked sufficient respect for the church. Upon hearing Blazing's suggestion, Klein, who was already interested, felt his heart palpitate. However, the legends and customs that Blazing mentioned made him feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, he took out a gold coin and did a divination in front of Donas. The result was that there was no hidden danger in Bansi Harbor for him. Klein looked at the gold coin in his palm and didn't move his eyes away for a few seconds, still feeling uneasy. When Donas saw this scene, he suddenly realized that the monster in front of him was good at divination. Even if I sneak away, I'll be easily found." Blazing felt depressed as a faint sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. Just as he composed himself, Klein suddenly stood up and walked to the washroom. Before closing the door, Klein turned his head with a deadpan expression. "You can take this opportunity to escape." With that said, Klein slammed the washroom door. Donas opened and clenched his fists, took 2 steps towards the door, and finally stopped. The unknown was the most terrifying. Before figuring out what other Beyonder powers the German Sparrow had, he didn't dare to take the risk of intensifying the conflict. At least he's kind and didn't hurt me physically. When I reach by him, he'll probably let me go. The thought of being lucky occupied Donna's mind. In the washroom, Klein took out a paper figurine, disguised himself, and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long bronze table, took off the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, and wrote the corresponding divination statement. There are hidden dangers in Bansi Harbor. He lowered his spirit pendulum and got into a good posture. After chanting a few times, He opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. Furthermore, it was doing so at an extremely fast speed. This meant that there was a great danger lurking in Bansi Harbor for him. How could this be? This place has been colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years, and it has been an important port on the main trade route for more than 100 years. There have never been any rumors of danger. Could it be that a few powerful pirates are working together to plunder this port? No, those coastal defense cannons aren't just for show. Klein frowned in puzzlement. He divined again if he would encounter any disasters related to pirates in the near future. The answer was no. He fell silent for a few seconds, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button on the toilet, put away the paper figurine, and went to the washstand beside him. He wet his hands with water. In this short period of time, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and decided to hide if he could. It was best to be safe. After wiping his hands with a tissue, Klein opened the door and saw Donis still standing in the middle of the living room. A pirate who's cautious to the point of being a little cowardly. In a sense, Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinates are adventurers who moonlight as pirates. Klein looked at him and calmly said, "To the first-class dining room." "All right." Donis didn't understand why German Sparrow had suddenly changed his mind, but in the end, he chose not to argue. Along the gangway and down the ship, Cleves suddenly said to Donna and the others, "Go to the Green Lemon restaurant first. I have some matters to discuss with Captain Erland. I'll catch up soon." "All right." Although Erdy Branch was surprised, he wasn't too puzzled. Cleves boarded the ship again and met Erland, who had a sword by his waist. "I'm going to visit German Sparrow." With that said, Cleves turned and headed for the first-class area. Erland was at a loss, not understanding the other party's intentions for suddenly coming over. "There's no need to inform me that I'm visiting German Sparrow." Erland was stunned for 2 seconds as he vaguely grasped Cleves' true intentions. "He's telling me that if something happens to him, it must be because he's visiting German Sparrow. But if he's fine, it means that his suspicions are wrong and there's no need to disturb German Sparrow anymore." Erland stopped and said to the first mate beside him, "Wait 15 minutes. Wait a quarter of an hour. Knock, knock. Dong dong dong. Knock, knock." Klein and Donis, who were about to leave, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. Donis, who received a look, quickly walked over and opened the door. It was Cleves outside. He stared at Donis, who had disguised himself again, and turned to Klein. Blazing Donis? During lunch, he felt that the German Sparrow's friend was a little strange and familiar, but he didn't associate him with the photo on a certain bounty poster. When Donna deliberately mentioned Donis, he suddenly had an inspiration and realized that the two were very similar. As expected, Klein was about to nod in reply when Donis beat him to it with a smile. "Friend, you've got the wrong person. Although I look very much like the famous pirate worth 3,000 pounds, I'm not him. There have always been people who misunderstand me, and it has brought me great trouble." Klein raised his hand and covered his mouth. He almost laughed out loud and ruined his image. He restrained his expression and calmly replied, "Yes. Sigh. My reputation." Donis craned his neck and looked up at the ceiling. "What do you want to do?" Cleves inhaled silently and asked directly. Klein moved his chin slightly and pointed at Donis. "Watch him. Guard." Cleves couldn't understand German Sparrow's words. "Sir, you have to learn to associate and deduce for yourself. You can't ask me to explain in detail. That doesn't fit my character." Faced with Cleves' puzzled eyes, Klein said casually, "He came on board at Demir. I recognized him and decided to guard him as a precaution." After looking at Klein for a few seconds, Cleves nodded. "No problem, right? Do you need help?" "No need," Klein replied calmly. Cleves glanced at the depressed Donis and took a step back. "Then I'll take my leave." Just as he was about to leave, He was suddenly stopped by German Sparrow. "Return to the ship as soon as possible. There are hidden dangers in Bancy Harbor." In the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna had just laid out her napkin when she saw Uncle Clevy's rushing downstairs through the window. At this moment, the weather at the harbor suddenly changed. Strong winds blew, causing the trees to sway. As expected of the Weather Museum, Bancy Harbor, Donna examined the scenery outside with great interest. She saw a man in a black cloak carrying a lantern as he trudged forward in the wind. As if sensing that he was being watched, the man turned his body, raised his head, and looked at the second floor of the restaurant. Donna then saw the man's appearance clearly. She saw that the head of the man in the black cloak was empty, leaving only a bare neck that was gushing with bright red blood. The man buried his body again, pulled his cloak, and continued forward. Chapter 5:12. Donna's body jerked back, her pupils constricting violently. Her mouth was half open, and the scream was already at the tip of her lips. If she hadn't seen the messenger before, she definitely wouldn't have been able to control herself. She would have staggered to her feet in horror, not caring if the tables and chairs would topple over. Fortunately, she was no longer the little girl who didn't know anything about the sea when she first boarded the White Agate. Her voice only sharpened slightly as she pointed outside the window and stammered, There's a zombie. A headless zombie." She used the most common zombie in folklore to describe the terrifying thing she had just seen. Cecil stood up and took 2 steps to Donna's side. He looked out the window in confusion at the strong wind and carefully examined it for a few seconds. "There's nothing," she said truthfully. Donna shrank back, mustered her courage, and carefully leaned forward. She moved closer, only to see the trees outside swaying, debris flying everywhere, and not a single pedestrian in sight. There really was a zombie just now. He was wearing a black cloak. He had no head and his neck was bleeding, Donna said as she gestured, wanting the adults present to believe her. Her father, Erdie Branch, stood up with his hands on the table, walked to the window, and stared for a while. "Donna, you're not allowed to read that Van's horror stories again tonight." But, Donna wanted to defend herself, aggrieved. At that moment, Clevy's came up to the second floor and approached. "What happened?" Donna said she saw a zombie outside, a headless zombie. Another bodyguard, Teague, explained with a chuckle. Clevy's was silent for 2 seconds before nodding at Donna. "It's fine. It'll pass. It's very windy outside, and it's even more dangerous. We'll leave when it calms down." In Donna's eyes, Uncle Clevy's words indicated that he believed in her and had chosen the safest solution. But in the eyes of Erdie, Teague, and the others, this was a clumsy ploy to comfort a child. Seeing that Donna was still a little nervous, and that his real employer wasn't satisfied, Clevy's pulled out a chair and sat down. "There's a strange custom in Bancy Harbor. On nights when the weather changes drastically, don't leave the house and don't respond to any knocking. If you open the door, you'll be taken away by that zombie." Denton, who had seen the skeleton messenger with his sister, asked in enlightenment. "You can understand it that way." Clevy's picked up the glass of water and took a sip. "So that's how it is." Donna settled down, believing that as long as she didn't leave the restaurant, she wouldn't encounter that terrifying zombie. It was only at this moment that she realized that the surrounding diners had already turned their gazes over because of the commotion here. Donna, who was being stared at, felt uncomfortable all over. She instinctively wanted to lower her head and hide from everything. "I didn't do anything wrong. I really saw it." Donna stiffened her neck stubbornly and looked around. She saw the gentlemen in swallow-tailed suits and the beautiful ladies in dresses retract their gazes. She saw them lower their heads, pick up the soup ladles, and scoop the dark red blood clots in the porcelain bowls with several spices into their mouth. Their lips were stained with blood, and their faces looked rather pale under the light of the crystal chandelier. The stark contrast between the two made Donna feel an inexplicable sense of panic. She quickly turned her head and waited for dinner. She secretly prayed to the goddess that the strong wind would stop soon. Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office. Erland and the first mate had just finished taking pictures of the information for the Navy when they heard the howling wind outside, and the nearby doors and windows were rattling. Seriously, the weather here is always so unstable. Erland put on his boat-shaped hat and sighed with a smile. His first mate, Harris, laughed heartily. Why else would it have the title, Weather Museum? You'd better not go out. Legend has it that you'll lose your head because of this. A staff member at the telegraph office, a lady with curly brown hair, slowly reminded them. I know, but I've tried a few times, and nothing happened. Harris didn't mind at all as he pulled the door open and left. Erland stopped him and thought for a moment. It's fine to go to the cathedral next door, right? Your telegraph office should be closing soon, right? No problem. The lady with curly brown hair was still as slow as ever. Erland nodded and opened the telegraph office's door. Against the strong wind that could sweep up a child, he walked with difficulty towards the storm cathedral dozens of meters away. The first mate, Harris, pressed down on his hat and followed beside the captain, as though he wanted to express the thought of rushing straight back to the white agate. But the moment he opened his mouth, the strong wind poured into his mouth, and all his voice was stuffed back. After stammering for a while, he wisely shut his mouth and stopped making an obviously unrealistic suggestion. There was still 15 minutes before 7, so it could only be considered evening. The door to the storm cathedral was still open, facing the believers. The strong wind became much gentler when it came here. At the very least, Erland and Harris didn't need to worry that their hats would abandon them at any moment. After entering the cathedral and walking down the dark and strict aisle, the two of them stepped into the prayer hall. They saw a man in a dark blue priest robe sitting in the front row, quietly looking at the huge storm sacred emblem on the altar that was formed from the symbols of wind, waves, and lightning. Erland smiled as he approached and patted the familiar figure on the shoulder. Jess, where's your bishop? After being patted, the priest's head clearly shook. Then, it fell forward and fell to the ground with a thud, rolling continuously. Blood gushed out from the priest's neck like a fountain, drenching Erland's face. A cold and wet feeling entered his heart, and the bright red color blinded Erland's eyes. All that was left in his vision was the blood-red world, as well as the head that had finally stopped rolling and was looking up with its eyes in a daze. At 7:15, when Klein and Donis came out of the first-class dining hall, they realized that the strong wind that had rocked the ship had calmed down significantly. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein walked all the way to the cabin entrance and asked the crew member guarding there, "Who else hasn't returned?" The crew member had seen this passenger enjoy the delicious Murloc meat with the captain, so he didn't hide anything. Apart from the Branch family and Timothy family, who went to the Green Lemon restaurant, the other passengers returned before the wind rose. Heh, that place is rather far, and the mealtime is rather long. Ah yes, the captain and the first mate went to the telegraph office and haven't returned yet. Klein nodded indiscernibly and silently returned to room 312. He stood by the window and looked at the waves that were stirred up by the wind. Even if he didn't go to the mysterious space above the gray fog for a divination, he could vaguely sense that something bad was brewing and happening just by relying on his spiritual intuition. After waiting for another 5 minutes, he still didn't see Captain Erland and Donna's family return. Klein turned his head to glance at Donna's, making the famous pirate, who was lounging in the reclining chair, sit up straight. Klein retracted his gaze and walked into the bathroom without a word. He skillfully closed the door, pulled out a paper figurine, and disguised himself. He then went above the gray fog and prepared to do another divination. Previously, he had been considering the potential risks of Bansi Harbor, but now that the wind had risen, he planned on confirming the current level of danger. Bansi Harbor is in danger. Klein held the spirit pendulum and chanted softly. After repeating it over and over again, he opened his eyes and discovered that although the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, it wasn't very fast. There's danger, but it's within an acceptable range. This contradicts the previous revelation. Klein propped his elbows on the edge of the long bronze table and muttered to himself in puzzlement. He quickly thought of a possibility. The current danger didn't equal the hidden risk. Unless something was triggered or something was investigated in depth, it would cause the iceberg hidden beneath the sea surface to appear. This hidden risk might have existed for 300 or 400 years, or even longer. It's not because of my arrival. The current danger might not even have anything to do with the hidden risk. Unfortunately, I lack the necessary information, so I can't make a divination based on this conjecture. After finishing his interpretation, Klein quickly returned to the real world, left the bathroom, and found a chair to sit down on. He was silent, hesitant, and didn't move for a long time. This made Blazing Donis feel inexplicably uneasy. Ever since German Sparrow mentioned that there was a hidden danger in Bansi Harbor, this famous pirate had been a little worried. The danger that can make this monster change his mind and not go to the Green Lemon restaurant must be very terrifying. Why is my vacation so miserable? I'm practically plagued by bad luck. Donis couldn't sit still due to the nearly frozen atmosphere. All he could do was stand up and pace back and forth. At this moment, he saw the monster, German Sparrow, suddenly stand up. As he buttoned up his double-breasted frock coat, he walked to the coat rack by the door. Taking off his half-top hat, Klein looked at Blazing and said expressionlessly, "You're free." Donis found it surreal. Danitz found it surreal. He blurted out in surprise, "You're going to save that captain and those ordinary people? Why, you said that it's dangerous outside." Klein put on his half-top hat and picked up his black hardwood cane. Klein wore his half-top hat and picked up his black hardwood cane. As he twisted the doorknob, he calmly replied, "That's right. They helped me keep the secret. They kept my secret. He treated me to mermaid meat. He helped me pay for Great White's losses." Donis couldn't react for a moment. "How much was the compensation?" "A few soldi." Klein opened the door and walked out. Lunatic. This guy was a complete lunatic. Whether it was to others or to himself, he was a madman. Donis' mouth was half open, unable to form a word. "Fortunately, I am a normal person. I will stay in a safe place." Donis retracted his gaze and thought in a half-mocking, half-joyful manner. Just as he finished his thought, the wind came again. The glass windows creaked and the candles in the room swayed. Looking at this dark and surging scene, Donis suddenly thought of a question. The ship was docked at the port, which was also considered a part of Bansi Harbor. It was not safe and there were risks involved. Rather than staying here alone, I might as well follow that monster. At the very least, he's very powerful. Donis' body moved faster than his brain. He ran out of room 312 and finally caught up to Klein before he left the cabin. Klein turned his head and glanced at him. Although he didn't say a word, the question was very obvious. Donis hurriedly laughed. "I'll be mocked by all the pirates on the Sonia Sea if I choose to retreat from such a small danger." Excuse. Klein didn't expose him. He borrowed a lantern from the crewman at the door. With the dim lantern in hand and a hardwood cane in hand, he walked along the side of the ship and entered the dark harbor. As Donis lamented, he followed closely beside him. Chapter 5:13. Unlike mainland cities like Bakeland, Tingen, and Pritz Harbor, colonial islands like Bansi lacked gas. There were few street lamps on both sides of the street, and the candles were caged in glass covers, waiting to be lit. Unfortunately, the wind had risen early today, and no one had gone out in the evening. The candles didn't emit their light at the scheduled time, and the road was pitch black. It was only illuminated by the faint crimson moon in the clouds. Compared to before, the wind was a lot calmer. At the very least, Klein didn't need to be distracted by his hat. A thin fog gradually spread, and the doors and windows of the surrounding two-story houses were tightly shut. It was pitch black, as if no one had lived there for a long time. With a dim lantern in one hand and a sturdy cane in the other, Klein walked quickly down the extremely quiet street, heading in the direction of the Green Lemon restaurant that Blazing Donnas had pointed out. Whoosh! Wind swirled in the thin fog, and for some reason, Klein felt a chill run down his neck. He raised his right hand, which was holding the cane, and straightened the collar of his double-breasted frock coat, completely covering his neck. At that moment, a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. In the scene, a black shadow the size of a watermelon leaped out of the fog and instantly pounced at his ear. Without thinking, Klein swung his arm and forearm and suddenly pulled out his cane. Bang! Just as the black shadow approached, it was struck in the face and sent flying for a long distance. With the help of the lantern's light, Klein finally saw what had attacked him. It was a head. It was a head that had lost its body and was hanging from its esophagus. The head floated in midair, and its face was like a dried cheese covered in mold. The skin that flowed with yellow-green liquid was clearly sagging, but it outlined the outline of the bones. There were only 2 black holes left on its nose, and its eyes were bulging out with more white than black. Most of its lips were rotten, revealing sharp teeth that were mixed with blood. T. When Blazing Donnas saw this scene, his heart trembled as he cursed inwardly. Even though he had explored many treasures and fought many monsters, it was rare for him to see such a disgusting and horrifying thing. A classic revolver had appeared in his hand at some point. His elbow pressed down and he was about to fire. At this moment, he saw a pure and bright light descend from the sky and land on the head that was a little stiff from the whipping. A blood-curdling scream sounded out, and the shriveled and hideous head quickly evaporated and melted into ashes, leaving not a single trace behind. How weak! Donnas commented subconsciously. This monster, German Sparrow, is from the Sun Pathway? It doesn't look like it. He must be relying on a mystical item. I didn't notice it just now, but the German Sparrow had already discovered the enemy and attacked. He's indeed very strong. Donnas quickly turned his attention elsewhere. Just as his thoughts settled, he saw a similar head flying out of the fog from the corner of his eye, trying to bite his neck. Bang! Donnas calmly pulled the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit the head that was covered in mold, shattering its glabella. It fell backward and stopped in midair. Right on the heels of that, in Donna's left palm, a scarlet blob rapidly expanded as flames began to swirl around it. He leaned forward, dragged his arm, and threw the blob of flames, causing it to slam into the stiff head. The flames surged as the scarlet burned. The skin of the head was quickly charred black as it emitted sizzling sounds. However, it didn't seem to be affected. It lunged forward and opened its mouth wide, about to bite Donna's neck. This change was somewhat out of Donna's expectations. He was nearly unable to dodge in time as he hurriedly shrank his neck and rolled forward, barely dodging the fatal damage. In his left palm, scarlet red appeared once again, but the flames didn't expand. Instead, they shrank inwards, stacking on top of each other. In just a second, while dodging, Donnas threw out the orange-yellow fireball that was only the size of an eye. Under the control of his spirituality, the fireball drew an arc in midair and accurately flew into the shriveled head's mouth. Boom! With a flash of flames, the explosion tore apart the flying head from the inside out. Countless fragments and blood splattered everywhere. It's finally over. Donnas stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that these monsters that only had heads left weren't easy to deal with. Furthermore, German Sparrow had easily killed one. The main reason was that the Beyonder powers of the Sun Domain were very effective against such things. Donnas added in disdain inwardly. As this thought flashed through his mind, he turned his head and realized that German Sparrow wasn't waiting for him at all. With his cane and lantern in hand, he ran into the distance, his black gown fluttering slightly behind him. T. Wait for me. Wait for me. Donna's pupils constricted as he chased after him with large strides. He didn't dare to stay alone in the thin fog and dim environment. Inside the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna looked at the white porcelain bowl in front of her and the dark red blood clots in it. She recalled the strange and horrifying feeling the customers had when they were eating, as well as the pool of blood that had emerged from the neck of the headless cloaked man. Her throat squirmed and she nearly vomited. Donna decided to give up on this delicacy, even though the strong fragrance had already entered her nose. She casually ate some salad and mashed potatoes and waited for the wind to stop. She felt that the clock on the wall was ticking very slowly. As time passed, table after table of customers paid their bills and left the second floor. The place became quieter and emptier. Dong, dong. Donna felt that the sound of them walking down the wooden stairs was very irritating. Finally, she realized that the trees outside were no longer shaking, and the ground was covered with all kinds of debris. The wind has stopped. Donna pointed excitedly at the window. Her father, the import and export merchant, Branch, pinched his forehead and roared in a low voice, "Donna, where's your table manners?" But Donna was about to argue when Cleves raised his palm and pressed it down. "It's 7:40. Dinner is coming to an end. Let's go back as soon as possible. There are many bad rumors about nighttime in Bansi Harbor." Every merchant who relied on the sea for a living was more or less superstitious, especially when it came to folklore and legends. Therefore, pondered for a moment and agreed to Cleves's suggestion. He quickly paid the bill and led his family and bodyguards down to the first floor. Cleves was about to open the door to explore when a creaking sound came from the room next to him. Donna nearly screamed in fright as she gripped her brother's hand tightly. A figure walked out, glanced at them, and said calmly, "It's foggy. It's best not to go out." The figure wore a black tuxedo without a hat, and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His face was fleshy and almost round. "Mr. Fox, what are you trying to say?" Cleves recognized him as the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant. Fox said expressionlessly, "In Bansi, it's best not to go out at night when the fog and the weather changes drastically. Don't answer the knock on the door, or else something bad might happen. Someone has already left ahead." The more Donna listened, the more afraid she became as she emphasized loudly. Fox pointed at the rooms on the first floor. They chose to stay the night. Creak, clang. As soon as Fox finished speaking, doors opened one by one. The gentlemen and ladies from before came to the door and quietly watched Donna's family as they tried to leave. "Maybe we should respect the customs here," Branch said after some deliberation. "Staying here for one night won't prevent us from boarding the ship." According to Cleves' original experience, he should have listened to Fox's suggestion and stayed at Green Lemon restaurant, but he thought of German Sparrow's warning. It was a warning from a powerful adventurer who could guard blazing Donnas. "There's a hidden danger in Bansi Harbor. I didn't specify whether it's indoors or outdoors." Cleves quickly made a decision and said to "Mr. Branch, please believe in my professionalism. Yeah, I've seen a lot of folk customs, but none of them have any practical use," another bodyguard, Digger, echoed. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden knocking sound from the restaurant's door, and a series of screams could be heard in the distance. "Look, there's a knocking sound." "Don't respond," Fox said unhurriedly. Ertie's heart trembled, and he was about to choose to stay the night. Donna looked at the gentlemen and ladies standing at their respective doors and felt that their gazes were indescribably strange. "No, we have to go back," the little girl emphasized, almost screaming. Cleves also felt the indescribable pressure and coldness that seeped out from within his bones, and he emphasized his opinion once again. "If there's a problem, staying here will be more dangerous. There are cannons on the ship, and there are sailors with guns and knives." This reason convinced and he gestured for Cleves to open the door. Cleves waited for the knocking sound to subside, then held his gun in one hand and pulled back with the other to open the door. Outside, the wind was low, and the darkness was deep. Fog filled the air, as if there were many monsters hidden inside. Donna pulled her brother Denton, hid behind Cecil, and left the restaurant step by step. Clang! The restaurant's door suddenly closed, making it impossible for them to return. At this moment they were like ships in a storm, and they were the only ones left in the world. Cleves walked in front with the lantern in hand. Suddenly he saw something fly over, hit the ground, and roll a few times. Donna and the others subconsciously looked over and immediately let out cries of horror. It was a shriveled, moldy head. Then they saw light. Light descended from the sky, and the disgusting head melted away. Erdie and the others swallowed their saliva with difficulty, their bodies trembling. At that moment, they saw a dim yellow light approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a figure carrying a lantern. He wore a neat half-top hat and a double-breasted frock coat that was the same color as the night. His face was well-defined, and there was an obvious sharpness amidst his coldness. "Uncle Sparrow!" Donna and Denton blurted out. They felt that their hearts had become calm and steady. Klein threw the lantern to Danitz beside him and walked over with his cane in hand. He calmly said to Cleves and the others, "We're here. Go to the telegraph office first." "Where's the Timothy family?" Chapter 5:14. "Timothy? They're still in the restaurant," Erdie Branch subconsciously replied. Then, he pointed to the spot where the moldy head had been purified and asked anxiously, "What was that just now?" Klein, who maintained his German Sparrow persona, didn't answer. He glanced at Donna's, walked past Donna's family, and walked to the tightly shut door of the Green Lemon restaurant. Blazing Donna's held the lantern, feeling much more relaxed because he had finally completed a goal. He straightened his back, looked at Erdie and the others, and chuckled. "You don't need to care about what it is. Just remember that it's a monster that will hurt you." If it weren't for the fact that German Sparrow was just a few meters away, he would have even wanted to declare, "Only I, Lord Blazing Donnas, can protect you." Cleves, Cecil, and Teague looked at each other and took the initiative to step forward to comfort their employer. "We'll ask when we return to the White Agate." Frankly speaking, the three bodyguards had all been adventurers for a period of time, but their understanding of monsters was still stuck at the level of folklore and drunken words of their peers. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. But to them, since they had seen creatures like murlocs, other things weren't too hard to accept. At most, they were a little uglier and a little more unique than murloc. With this in mind, their hearts calmed down a lot, and the guns in their hands seemed to have regained their strength. However, the pure light that descended from the sky still exceeded the scope of their understanding. They felt that their views of the world, life, and values, which had been formed for a long time, had been shaken. They could only put it aside for the time being and suppress all their emotions. Klein stopped at the entrance of the Green Lemon restaurant, raised his right hand and knocked with his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. After he knocked 3 times rhythmically, no one answered. It was silent. If it weren't for the candlelight shining through the windows and cracks in the door, Klein would have thought that this was an empty house that had been abandoned for a long time. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked 3 more times. Inside the restaurant, there was still silence. Everyone seemed to be abiding by the custom of not responding to the knocking in foggy weather. Klein retracted his right hand and patted the hem of his double-breasted suit. Suddenly, he leaned back, lifted his knee, and kicked out with his right foot. With a clang, the door to the dining room opened, and all the nails that held the copper lock in place popped out. The boss, Fox, who was wearing a tuxedo and had a fleshy face that was almost round, was still standing in his original position. The ladies and gentlemen who had chosen to stay the night opened their doors one after another and stood quietly at the dividing line, looking over in silence. "What do you want to do?" Fox wasn't angry. His tone was the same as before, but a revolver had already appeared in his hand. With his spirit vision activated, Klein turned his head and surveyed the area. He didn't find any traces of evil on the humans present. His gaze fell on the restaurant owner. His gaze turned solemn as he looked into his eyes. What about the Timothy family? Fox met the other party's dark brown eyes, which were suppressing their emotions as though they were brewing a storm, for 2 seconds before turning his head unnaturally. There's another table, foreigners, upstairs. Let them come down, Klein ordered coldly. Fox was silent for a few seconds until the man drew his gun and aimed it at his head. He took a deep breath and sent a waiter to the second floor, taking the Timothy family down the stairs. What happened? Timothy was a man less than 30 years old. He was on vacation with his new wife. Klein lowered the muzzle and calmly said, "Something has happened in Bancy Harbor. Do you want to return to the ship with me or stay here for the night?" Accident? As Timothy ruminated on this word, he saw Erdie Branch nodding at him heavily outside. He knew that the other party was a very rich import and export businessman, and he had 3 bodyguards with him. He believed that if something really happened, it would be safer to stay with the other party, so the answer was self-evident. As for the unique customs of Bancy Harbor, that was just a custom. He held his new wife's hand and walked to the door, smiling politely. "Everything we have is on board, with you, of course." "Thank you." He and his new wife thanked him at the same time, walked past Klein, and met up with the Branch family outside. Klein retracted his revolver and politely bowed to his boss, Fox. "Sorry for disturbing you." With that said, he turned around and walked towards Clevy's and the others in the light that leaked out of the restaurant. With a clang, the door to the Green Lemon restaurant closed again, swaying a little from the wind. Klein had actually sensed something abnormal and subtle in the atmosphere, but since his spirit vision didn't yield anything, he didn't want to delve into it, lest he ignite the huge danger hidden in Bancy Harbor. He returned to Donna's side and scanned the number of people under the light of the lantern. Donna's family of 4, 3 bodyguards, Timothy and his wife, and a few servants are all here. Klein switched positions with his revolver and cane, raised his right hand that was holding the gun, reached into his double-breasted frock coat, and rubbed the sun brooch. A dark golden light flashed, and an invisible force quickly spread out, surging through everyone present like a wave. At this moment, Donna and the others felt as if they had arrived in the south, bathing in the warm sunlight and dispelling the coldness in their bodies. They were no longer as nervous and worried, as if they had found their courage again. The remaining blackness from enjoying Demir Harbor's special cured meat, along with a very small amount of evil feelings, quickly melted away. The sun halo could increase the courage of companions within a 20-meter radius and purify the evil powers in their bodies. With the help of this spell-like ability from the brooch, under Klein's spirituality and mental control, he could make the power of the sun bypass targets he didn't want to help. "Head to the telegraph office first," Klein repeated. With his cane in his left hand and his gun in his right, he identified the direction and walked forward. Donna's followed his instructions and walked diagonally to the side. Clevy's, Cecil, and Teague very professionally took over the other 2 directions. If a team of more than 15 people were to encounter an attack, it would be very easy to lose sight of the others. Furthermore, only Blazing can truly be considered a helper. What should I do? Klein recalled the characteristics of the monsters he had encountered before he suddenly stuffed the revolver back into his armpit holster and switched the cane to his right palm. He reached into his pocket with his left hand, removed the wall of spirituality on the iron cigar case, and took out Aztec's copper whistle. He held it in his palm and occasionally tossed it up. He believed that the undead monsters that only had one head left would definitely forget about the others. All that was left in their eyes was this ancient brass whistle. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to rescue them in time. This is the role of an MT. Klein sighed and quickened his pace slightly. At this moment, 3 shriveled heads covered in mold flew out of the thin fog ahead. They charged at Klein from different directions like sharp arrows, completely ignoring the existence of the other delicious flesh and blood. 3. Donna's pupils constricted. He was a little worried that the German sparrow would be flustered, but he was also looking forward to the other party's true strength. 3. Klein calmly shook his left palm and threw Aztec's copper whistle into the air. The flying heads that were dragging their esophagus immediately drew an arc and rushed towards their main target. Klein took a step back and expressionlessly raised his hand to pinch the brooch of the sun. Suddenly, a cluster of dense golden flames appeared out of thin air where the copper whistle was. A holy aura emanated majestically. Flames of light. The three skinny heads let out shrill screams at the same time as they turned into powder amidst the golden flames. Klein took 2 steps forward and reached out to catch Aztec's copper whistle. It can be done like this? Another mystical item? Donna's was stunned for 2 seconds, feeling that the matter had been resolved too easily. At this time, Timothy and his wife also saw clearly what the thing that had just attacked them looked like. One of them was so scared that his face turned pale, and the other asked in panic, "What is it? What is that?" Donna immediately turned around and nodded seriously. "We'll ask when we return to the white agate." With that said, she raised her finger and placed it to her lips, mimicking Uncle Sparrow's silence. Thinking of the holy aura displayed by the young man in front of him, Timothy swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He pulled his wife's hand and vigilantly fell silent. When the servants saw this, they could only obey. The group continued on the street illuminated only by the faint moonlight. The lights in the houses on both sides of the street had been extinguished, and behind the oriel windows was an indiscernible darkness. Donna had a nagging feeling that there were pairs of eyes following them, but due to certain reasons, no one revealed themselves. They must be afraid of Uncle Sparrow. She held her brother's hand tightly as they walked in the protective circle of their parents. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the side of the street. He was wearing a black cloak, and his body was leaning forward, revealing a neck that was still bleeding. There was nothing above his neck, and only the lining of the cloak reflected the moonlight. Gasp! The headless figure let out a beast-like growl from its throat as it charged at Klein, causing the street to tremble slightly from its footsteps. It happened to run into Donna's as it passed by. The famous pirate cursed inwardly, waved his arm, and threw out an orange fireball that had been compressed repeatedly. Boom! The fireball exploded, causing the headless man to take a few steps back. His clothes were tattered, his skin was quickly charred, and his cloak began to burn. But to a monster that had long lost its life, this wasn't too serious of an injury. At this moment, with a crisp crack, the scarlet flames on the black cloak suddenly soared, as if they were blooming. Klein, who was wearing a coat, leaped out of the flames. Using the inertia of his fall and his own strength, he stabbed the cane in his hands directly at the headless man's neck. Splat! The cane sank into the headless man's body and extended out from its crotch. Bang! The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he forcefully stabbed the headless monster to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood behind the other party and continued gripping the cane tightly as he infused his spirituality into the sun brooch. He had already used his spirit vision to determine that holy light summoning, cleave of purification, and flames of light were unable to finish off this blackish-green monster in a short period of time. He could only use another method. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The headless man struggled with all his might, but like a snake, he was pinned to the ground by the cane while half kneeling. 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein spoke in a deep voice as he said a word in ancient Hermes. "That's right. Son." Specks of light appeared and turned into water droplets that sprinkled down, drenching the headless man's body. Sizzle! Blackish-green gas emitted as Klein let go of the cane and took 2 steps to the side. In the sparse rain, the headless man twitched continuously before finally calming down and melting into a pool of blood. No Beyonder characteristics. This means that he's not a real enemy. At most, he's a servant created. Klein retracted his cane and turned to walk back to the team. So cool. Denton let out a belated exclamation. Donna's eyes were also sparkling. He's still borrowing the power of a mystical item. However, that flash that relied on flames shows his true strength. He's really not easy to deal with. Blazing Donnas retracted his gaze, feeling that his decision to not run away blindly was too wise. 7 or 8 minutes later, the team that had cleared 2 more waves of monsters arrived at the telegraph office in Bancy Harbor. Cleves took the initiative to step forward and knock on the door. "Who is it?" A calm female voice came from inside. "We're looking for the captain of the White Agate, Mr. Erland," Cleves replied through the door. In the quiet night, the female voice said unhurriedly, "He and his first mate went to the church next door." He and his first mate went to the church next door. The way the people here speak is a little strange, or is it only like this on such nights? Klein tossed a gold coin to confirm that the other party wasn't lying. Just as they were about to leave, the female voice in the telegraph office hesitated for a moment. "Can you guys help me keep an eye out for someone? He's my colleague. He went out before the wind blew tonight and never came back." Chapter 5:15. Pavo Cotter. Cleves didn't directly respond to the woman behind the telegraph office's door. He turned to glance at German Sparrow and waited for him to make a decision. In the eyes of this former adventurer, it was a rather difficult task for a group of more than 10 people to safely return to the White Agate. They couldn't and shouldn't be distracted to help find someone at such a time. However, he also knew very well that the current pillars of support were German Sparrow and Blazing Donnas. Only they had the authority to agree or not. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking in a voice that wasn't too loud or too soft. "What does he look like?" He believed that grasping more information would help him escape this strange fog-filled city, so he casually asked. As for whether he would help keep an eye out, it all depended on what happened next. While asking, Klein warned himself not to delve too deeply into the matter, or else it would easily trigger the danger lurking in Bancy Harbor. Between understanding the situation and avoiding risks, he had to be like walking on a balance beam. No more, no less, no more, no more, no more, no less. This might be easy or difficult, because no one knew what would happen once they took a step. He could only make judgments based on experience and intuition, and he could fall into a trap at any moment. This made Klein extremely tense, and his thoughts raced faster than ever. Amidst the thick darkness and thin fog, the telegraph office's door remained tightly shut. The woman inside paused for a moment before saying. The woman inside paused and said, "He's a very handsome man. He has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth." Why is this answer so terrifying? Is there something wrong with this woman? According to the customs of Bancy Harbor, she shouldn't have responded at all. Blazing Donnas had the urge to kick open the door and rush into the telegraph office to check the situation inside. At this moment, he saw German Sparrow raise his hand to press down on his hat, turn around and walk to the side. Storm Cathedral. Klein briefly mentioned his destination. He didn't care what problem the woman in the telegraph office had, just like he didn't want to find out what secrets the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant and the guests were hiding. The wind grew weaker and the fog remained thin. The candlelight in the church shone faintly from the narrow window high above, like a lighthouse in a storm. After Klein used the sun halo again, Donna and the others regained some courage. They were like drowning people desperately grasping at the last straw as they quietly and hurriedly walked down the deserted street. Soon, they arrived outside the Storm Cathedral, but the 2 doors were tightly shut without any gap. Glancing at the storm emblem on the door, Klein raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. A slightly vigilant male voice came from behind the door. "Who?" "German Sparrow," Klein answered directly. He could tell that the one asking the question was Captain Erland. "Why did you come here?" Erland asked again without opening the door. Klein held his cane and said calmly, "You helped me pay the compensation to Great White." Erland was taken aback at first and found it a little funny. Then, he confirmed that it was really German Sparrow outside. At the very least, no matter how good a monster at disguise was, it shouldn't know about a matter that was limited to the two of them. He was still a little hesitant until Cleves, Erty Branch, Donna, and the others spoke up one after another. Only then did he relax and get the first mate, Harris, to remove the lock and open the door. A heavy creaking sound echoed into the distance. Klein saw Erland, who was wearing a boat-shaped hat, holding a straight sword in one hand and a musket in the other. "There's a problem here too?" he asked keenly, considering the previous situation. Erland turned to the side to let Donna and the others enter before pointing to the prayer hall. "The priest I know, Jess, died inside. His head was separated from his body, and I don't know where Bishop Miller went. It's the same for the other priests. Also, the servants in the cathedral are all gone. A priest is dead and a bishop is missing? The entire cathedral lost a living person? This is a bit of a problem." Klein held the cold Aztec copper whistle as his heart sank. Of course, he knew very well that the priest and bishop weren't the main force of the Church of the Storm's management of the Beyonder incidents in Banshee Harbor. Under the cathedral, there was definitely a mandated Punisher team made up of 6 to 8 Beyonders, as well as an indefinite number of sealed artifacts. Even a high-sequence Beyonder might not be able to finish off this force in a short period of time without causing a stir. As long as they're still alive and can still use sealed artifacts, the problem won't worsen. So, what is the mandated Punisher team doing at this time? Based on his experience as a former Nighthawk, Klein made a guess based on normal procedures. During this process, he followed Erland to the prayer hall and examined the dead priest's body. Jess's death was tragic, as if he had been beheaded while he was still alive. Unlike the monsters outside, his esophagus and head were separated. In Klein's spirit vision, the priest no longer had any remnant spirit. Even if he wanted to channel his spirit, it would be very difficult to succeed. Is it because of the killing method itself, or is it because of the corresponding treatment? Is it different from the monsters outside because they acted in a hurry? Klein combined the situation at the scene and completed his previous guess. He believed that there were 2 possibilities. One was that a living sealed artifact or mid-sequence Beyonder had lost control underground and escaped into the cathedral. It ran out and finished off Jess along the way, causing the anomaly in Banshee Harbor. The bishop, priests, and mandated punishers were doing their best to search for it in order to complete the seal and cleanse it. The servants had been led to a certain area underground and were protected by the mandated punishers who stayed behind. However, this couldn't explain the strange behavior of the residents of Banshee Harbor. The second possibility was that a primitive sacrifice to the god of weather had been revived among the people of Banshee Harbor. The flying head and the headless monster matched the description of the sacrifice, sharing flesh and blood, burying the head into the altar. And for some unknown reason, this group of people had raided the cathedral and killed the priest, Jess. The rest of the residents more or less understood the situation, but they chose to remain silent. They might have already attacked underground and were engaged in an intense battle with the mandated punishers, priests, and bishops with the help of the sealed artifact, transforming all the servants into monsters. They might have also been pushed out and are being pursued by the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm, fleeing all the way. The servants have entered underground to receive protection and prevent any accidents. From the fact that Jess's corpse hasn't been used, there's a high chance that it's the latter development. If I go underground to confirm the situation, I'll definitely be attacked. After all, it's an unfamiliar Beyonder. Besides, the strength left behind might not be enough. Klein looked at the priest lying on the ground and discovered that his Beyonder characteristic had condensed at his neck, like a blue gem. He withdrew his gaze and didn't pick it up. He didn't want to provoke the crazy revenge of the grumpy brothers of the Church of the Storm because of a small profit. Instead, he turned to Erland and Harris. "Let's return to the ship first." He casually tossed a gold coin to confirm that there was no fighting underground. Regardless of whether or not there were mandated punishers guarding the cathedral, it was no longer suitable for him to stay for long. After all, Klein wasn't certain that his guess was correct, so he could only make the safest choice. All right. Erland didn't want to stay here either. He anxiously waited for the change to come. As long as he returned to the White Agate, he would have many cannons and sailors, which would allow him to withstand a certain degree of accidents. After a short rest, the group left the Storm Cathedral. With the addition of Erland and Harris, the defense around the team was much tighter. Klein no longer needed to use the copper whistle to attract the monsters, so he put it back into his pocket. After taking a few steps, Erland cautiously suggested, "Should we send a telegram to the Church of the Storm headquarters to report the situation at Banshee Harbor? This way, even if there were any major changes, as long as they persevered, they would eventually be saved." Klein didn't object as he walked ahead of him in the thin fog. He walked in the fog ahead and calmly said, "We'll pass by the telegraph office." Phew! Blazing Donis heaved a sigh of relief before his heart tensed up. He was afraid that the Church of the Storm would send someone to investigate the entire matter and discover that a famous pirate had played an important role in it. And when that happened, he might very well still be trapped on the White Agate. "Although I saved someone, the mandated punishers aren't friendly to those who don't belong to them, especially when I'm a pirate." Donis was placed in a difficult position. He decided to survive the imminent danger first. After walking for a while, they saw the telegraph office in sight. However, a dim yellow light suddenly appeared on the side street, approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a middle-aged man holding a lantern. He wore a dark blue bishop's robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. His head was lowered and his face was pale. His breathing was rapid and his footsteps were a little unsteady. Elan focused his gaze and blurted out, "What's going on, Bishop Millet?" The middle-aged man looked up and raised the lantern. "You are Erland?" At this moment, Klein took a step back, highlighting Erland's position and preventing the Bishop of the Church of the Storm from paying attention to him. Donis shrank his neck, using Erdy's fat body to shield himself. "Yes, Mr. Bishop. I saw Jess die. What happened?" Erland wasn't a novice, so he didn't directly approach him. Bishop Millet coughed twice and said, "Ancient customs are being revived. A group of cultists with filthy blood flowing in their veins have begun using living people as sacrifices and sharing their flesh and blood. Jess found out about their problem and was killed by them first. The matter can no longer be concealed. They used sacrifices to change the weather in an attempt to attack the cathedral, but they were defeated by the mandated punishers. They fled up the mountain to the cave where the altar is. I was injured in the battle and couldn't hold on any longer, so I could only slowly return." Just as he finished speaking, a bright light suddenly erupted from the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning were striking down. With the help of this light, Klein and the others saw the mountain range by the shore covered in fog and the peak connected to the thunderstorm scene. This confirmed Bishop Millet's story to a certain extent. Erland was about to step forward to help the Storm Bishop when he saw German Sparrow take out a gold coin and whisper, "He has ill intentions." Ding! The gold coin flew up, turned around and landed in Klein's palm, head up. This meant that it was true. Bishop Millet stared straight at this scene, and a dark red glow suddenly surged in his light brown eyes. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 5:16. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from Bishop Millet's body, lifting up his dark blue priest robe. Kacha! Kacha! The branches of the nearby trees snapped and flew into the air. Donna's body involuntarily rose up and was thrown a few meters away. She fell to the ground, her entire body in pain. It wasn't just her. Cecil, Denton, Timothy, Harris, and the others were also sent flying by the wind and fell to different spots. Only Cleves, Teague, and Erdy, either because they had been exercising for a long time, or because their bodies were abnormally fat and heavy, only staggered to the ground and rolled a few times. Erland, who was facing Bishop Millet, continuously retreated and somersaulted backward to avoid the oncoming wind pressure. Klein and Doniz didn't resist it head-on. Instead, they took advantage of the momentum and floated like kites. They looked like they were about to fall, but they ultimately maintained their balance. As soon as the hurricane stopped, 6 figures appeared in the dispersed fog. They were all wearing black cloaks and had lost their heads. Only their necks were still gurgling with blood, and only the swirling breeze held up their hoods. Hiss, hiss. The low growls of wild beasts before they were ready to pounce came from their throat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thin and sharp wind blades shot out, leaving an obvious and deep crevice in the spot where Klein was tumbling. Tap, tap, on either side of Bishop Millet, who was holding a lantern and gently fluttering his dark blue priest robe, the 6 headless men charged at Klein, Erland, and the others, causing the ground to tremble. One headless monster was already very difficult to deal with, and now there were 6 of them. Furthermore, there was an obviously corrupted bishop. When Blazing Doniz saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, a brass beam of light flew past him and shot into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Aztec's copper whistle fell to the ground and bounced a few times. With a whoosh, the 6 headless men changed directions at the same time and rushed towards where Aztec's copper whistle had stopped, leaving Bishop Millet standing alone in his original spot. Klein seized the opportunity, raised his left palm, and tore off the sun brooch from his coat. He threw it to Captain Erland, who was closest to him, and simply shouted, "It's Captain Erland. Inject spirituality, 5 seconds, holy water." With that said, he ignored the silk top hat that had been blown away. He crouched down and rushed towards Bishop Millet from left to right. So. Numerous wind blades shot out, all aimed at Klein. In an instant, many marks that looked like they had been cut by knives and axes appeared on the ground. Klein either rolled, pounced to the side, or used his hands to support himself on the ground and jumped up, dodging the first round of fire. The dark red light in Bishop Millet's eyes intensified as he raised his hands. So. At this moment, the attack of the wind blades was like a machine gun. Klein only had enough time to dodge most of them before his body was torn apart, turning into thin and light paper scraps that flew in the air. Klein appeared in another direction and continued to rush toward Bishop Millet. He wanted to close the distance between the two of them to a point where he could unleash his full power. After catching the sun brooch, Erland immediately felt the heat. He wished he could take off his clothes and jump into the water that was about to freeze. He pondered over the words left behind by German Sparrow for a moment before taking out a tin-colored, square wine flask from the inside of his clothes. He twisted open the lid and poured out all the lanty-proof inside. The rich fragrance of the wine quickly spread in all directions. Blazing Doniz looked around and had a certain grasp of the situation. He grimaced in pain as he squatted down on one knee and pressed his palms to the ground. 2 scarlet fire snakes appeared out of thin air, sticking close to the ground as they spread towards Aztec's copper sentry post, creating a wall of fire around it. He originally wanted to throw a fireball at Bishop Millet, allowing German Sparrow to use the flames to easily jump to his vicinity and launch an attack. However, when he saw that the area around the bishop was still filled with fierce winds, he rationally gave up on this idea. He planned on clearing the headless monsters first to prevent them from interfering with German Sparrow's true strength. Cleves, Cecil, Teague, and Harris had already stood up and retrieved their guns. They protected Erdy, Donna, Timothy, and the others in the middle, guarding against any other monsters that might come. Their experience told them that it was best not to interfere in a battle that didn't belong to humans without prior training. Thud! 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 The 6 headless men ignored the burning flames as they charged through the scarlet walls and fought over Aztec's copper whistle like hungry dogs. This gave Erlen time to calmly inject his spirituality into the sun brooch and wait for the holy water to condense and flow into the square wine flask. When Donis saw the group of headless men scrambling for the whistle, his heart stirred. He bent down, and with a flushed face, he condensed a blazing white spear in his right palm. He took a step forward, turned his waist, and swung his arm, throwing the flaming spear out. It whistled through the air as it hit a headless man and nailed it to the ground. Blazing white flames soared, and a small portion of the headless man's body was directly reduced to ashes. The rest of the body was also burning, constantly emitting a black-green gas. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Donis was about to continue when he suddenly sensed a crazy and terrifying hunger. At that moment, he felt as if he had arrived in front of an abyss, and he was just one step away from falling into it. He knew that German Sparrow was no longer suppressing the crazy soul in his body. After using paper figurine substitutes 3 times in a row, Klein finally entered the predetermined distance. The glove on his left hand suddenly erupted with a hunger that had been suppressed for a long time. Dark golden scales squirmed as they grew out. Klein's pupils turned faint as if they were vertical. Right on the heels of that, his eyes reflected Bishop Millet, whose dark blue robe gently rippled. Without a sound, the middle-aged man, who was about to create a large number of wind blades, suddenly tilted his head back, and his body froze for a second. His eyes, which were emitting a dark red glow, had lost his rationality and were filled with madness. His skin became smooth and colorful, like the skin of some aquatic creatures. He let out a gasp that sounded like it came from the depths of the sea, and slippery, disgusting tentacles suddenly emerged from under his blue robe. Psychiatrist's frenzy. Klein originally wanted to use this opportunity to interrupt the other party's attack and create an opportunity for subsequent control, but he didn't expect Bishop Millet to lose control after going frenzy. The moment he, who had long been corrupted, lost his rationality, he immediately fell into the abyss of losing control. Seeing this, Klein's pupils constricted, and without any hesitation, he switched to the controlling soul. As the other party went berserk, the glove on his left hand was dyed gold. His expression became dignified, and his gaze locked onto Bishop Millet once again. 2 lightning-like rays of light instantly lit up in his eyes. Suddenly, Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling scream. He retracted his palms, along with his tentacles, and covered his head. His psyche had been pierced, causing him an indescribable pain. Interrogator. With a push of his right palm, Klein stood up, and his left hand lit up with a brilliant light. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back and opened his arms, as if he was embracing the sun. A thick, pure, and blazing light descended from the sky and landed on Bishop Millet, completely enveloping him. The surroundings turned as bright as day, and the strong winds came to an abrupt stop. Sequence 5, Priest of Light. Bishop Millet's body began to evaporate, first his skin, then his tentacles, and finally his flesh and blood. When the brilliant pillar of light disappeared, he no longer looked human. He had turned into a monster made of white bones and flesh, and his aura was rather weak. However, he wasn't dead yet. The vitality of a rampager was unprecedentedly tenacious. Klein's expression didn't change as he rushed to the side of Bishop Millet's remnant body. He knelt on one knee, leaned forward, and pressed his left palm on the pool of flesh and blood. He didn't continue using the powers of the Priest of Light because he wanted to leave food for creeping hunger. A crack silently appeared on the palm of the glove. 2 rows of illusory, white teeth grew out from inside, crazily devouring the flesh and blood, bones, and spirituality. However, Bishop Millet was still struggling. He stabilized his flesh and blood and grew a few new tentacles, attempting to wrap around Klein and pull him into his embrace. Klein threw away his cane, pulled out his revolver, aimed at the monster, and fired 5 shots. Bang! 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 Light gold, brass, or silver bullets hit Bishop Millet, stirring up flames of different colors. Bishop Millet once again let out a scream that came from his soul. He was no longer able to resist creeping hunger. Even his flesh, blood, and soul turned into a torrent that surged into the greedy mouth. In just 2 to 3 seconds, all that was left on the ground were pieces of clothing, the remains of banknotes, and slowly condensing dark blue and green light. This was the difference between devouring and grazing. Klein wanted the latter more, but there was no other food here. At the same time, Captain Erland had already created 2 waves of holy water into the square wine flask. Donis hurriedly shouted at him, "Throw it over!" Without any hesitation, Erland threw the wine flask at the headless man who was fighting for the copper whistle. Cough. Donis cleared his throat and stood up. He leisurely stuck his left palm into his pocket and pushed his right hand forward. Scarlet fire ravens quickly condensed around him. These semi-illusory fire ravens flapped their wings and flew out. They followed different paths and crashed into the square wine flask at the same time, right on top of the group of headless people. Rumble! The square wine flask shattered, and holy water splashed down from the sun's sizzle. The remaining headless people were all drenched. They screamed and convulsed as they fell to the ground. They quickly melted and turned into blood. Aztec's copper whistle lay quietly in the middle of the clean area. It's over. German Sparrow is really strong. Even if he encounters Captain, he still has the ability to resist. Unfortunately, I didn't see what beyonder powers he used just now. Donis turned his head to look at Klein, who was standing in front of Bishop Millet's remains, and sighed silently. Then, he saw German Sparrow sweep a cold glance at him. Subconsciously, Donis ran out aggrievedly and picked up Aztec's copper whistle. Donna rubbed her bruised arm and saw Uncle Sparrow, who was dressed in a long black suit, take a few steps back, bend down, and pick up the half-top hat. He silently dusted it off and put it back on. P.S. Recommend a book, sorry, it's amazing to have a system. This is a book by God of Ugliness. God of Ugliness is recognized as a good person in the male author circle. He's always sharing in silence, hiding his merits and fame. His books are funny, straightforward, and coquettish. Chapter 5:17. By the time Klein took back his hat, Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic had already condensed. It was only the size of a thumb, and it was light blue and translucent. However, from time to time, there would be traces of green inside, surging with a dark, almost black tide. Opening the revolver's cylinder, Klein shook it forcefully, and the empty gold, silver, or brass cartridges fell to the ground, producing crisp, clanging sounds. Following that, he calmly took out the loader he had prepared earlier and loaded the other beyonder bullets into his gun. After doing all of this, he put away his revolver, bent down to pick up Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic, and nonchalantly stuffed it into his pocket. Taking a few steps diagonally, Klein picked up his cane, turned around, and walked towards Cleves and the others. He casually pulled out a paper figurine and shook his wrist like he was waving a whip. Puff! The paper figurine was quickly ignited and flew out of his hand, turning into specks of scarlet as they fell to the ground and extinguished into dust. So handsome! Denton forgot the pain from the fall and stared intently. Uncle Sparrow looks like he's setting off fireworks. Donna nodded in agreement with her brother's words. After using paper figurine substitutes to interfere with the information and traces of the scene, Klein looked in the direction of his return and said calmly and succinctly, "Let's leave this place." With that said, he turned around and unhurriedly strode away. He took the sun brooch and Aztec copper whistle from Erland and Donis respectively. Erdy and the others didn't waste any words, nor did they cry out in pain. They quietly followed behind him. In the battle just now, they had fully witnessed the uniqueness of Beyonders, especially Donna's flame powers. They were the most eye-catching and obvious, leaving a deep impression on them. It made them truly understand that this wasn't something ordinary humans could get involved in. The only thing they could do was follow the arrangements and do their best. Only by doing so could they ensure their survival. In contrast to Donna's, the battle between Klein and Bishop Millet was focused on the nearly invisible wind blades and the truly invisible mental domain. Apart from the holy light that seemed to descend from the gods and the terrifying appearance of Bishop Millet after he lost control, the entire process was uneventful and uneventful. It didn't shock the spectators too much. As they passed by the area just now, Cleves, Cecil, and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because they saw that the ground was covered with cracks, densely packed and everywhere. They instantly understood one thing, and that was that the battle between German Sparrow and the fallen bishop was many times more thrilling and terrifying than the performance on the other side. A sense of fear and security emerged at the same time, and they all quickened their pace. 20 to 30 seconds later, Klein stopped on the street outside the telegraph office and said to Captain Elland without any expression, "Captain Elland, do you want to send a telegram?" After saying that, he couldn't help but remind her, "Don't force your way in." All right. In this strange night, Erland was equally cautious. He walked briskly to the door of the telegraph office and knocked 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. As the slightly dull voice echoed, someone inside asked, "What's going on? Who is it?" Klein, who was already vigilant, suddenly frowned, because the person who spoke was a man. Erland was also a little puzzled. "I want to send a telegram. Who are you?" "I remember that the previous person on duty was a lady." The man inside replied calmly, "I'm Pavo Court, Melanie's colleague. She's here, next to me. She's fine." As soon as Pavo Court finished speaking, the female voice from before spoke immediately. "Yes, I'm fine. You don't have to. Keep an eye out. Pavo Court is back. Friend, isn't it your custom to not open the door if you don't respond? How did Pavo Court get in?" Klein resisted the urge to question. Erland took a step back and cleared his throat. "I want to send a telegram to the Church of the Storm headquarters." "I'm sorry, we can't open the door," Pavo Court replied emotionlessly. Erland also sensed the strangeness and did not dare to force the issue. He took the initiative to offer an alternative plan. "Can you help me send it and pass the draft to me through the crack of the door? The content is about the anomaly in Bancy Harbor, the deaths of Bishop Miller and Pastor Jess, signed by Erland." "All right." Melanie's voice faded away, as if she had returned to the telegraph machine. After waiting for a while, there was the sound of ticking. Not long after, a draft telegram stretched out from the crack under the door. Erland bent down to pick it up, resisting the urge to peek through the crack. He glanced at the draft telegram and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled a faint smell of blood on the paper. He quickly turned his head and looked at German Sparrow, using his eyes to signal that there was a problem inside the telegraph office. However, what responded to him was a deep, reserved, and unperturbed gaze, as well as a calm and indifferent sentence. "Return to the ship." After saying this, Klein turned around and walked to the end of the street. His figure gradually melted into the thin fog. Donna's, who was carrying the shattered lantern, immediately followed without hesitation. Donna and the others did the same. Erland pondered for 2 seconds and chased after the group with the draft telegram. There was no sound coming from the telegraph office. It was abnormally quiet. Perhaps it was because the fallen Bishop Miller had been eliminated, but on the way back, Klein and the others didn't encounter the headless man in the black cloak. The head covered in mold only appeared twice before it was easily dealt with. After walking for an unknown period of time, they finally saw the dock and the white agate, which was illuminated by the candlelight. This allowed Erdy and the others to regain their strength. They went from a brisk walk to a jog, and ran all the way to the gangway that had been lowered. Klein held his blood-stained cane and stood guard below until everyone had boarded the ship. Only then did he leap back to the deck. At this moment, Erland had already begun to gather his first mate, second mate, navigator, gunner, and other subordinates. He got them to organize the sailors, adjust the cannons, and be ready to set sail at any time. Although leaving the harbor at night was a considerable security risk, it was the best way to avoid danger if the situation worsened. Uncle Sparrow. Donna pulled her younger brother, Denton, and trotted to Klein's side. She had a lot of questions to ask. Klein nodded and pointed to the cabin. Let's go back to the room first. We'll talk tomorrow. The danger wasn't over yet. Donna nodded obediently. Together with Denton, she raised her index finger and placed it to her lip. Shoo! After the Branch family and the Timothy family entered the cabin, Klein walked to Erland's side, took out Bishop Miller's Beyonder characteristic, and threw it over. If there are any mandated punishers still alive, return it to them. A Beyonder characteristic left behind by a bishop who might have been a Sequence 6 was bound to be vigorously investigated by the Church of the Storm, and everyone on the White Agate would be suspects. Klein didn't want to be wanted by the number 1 faction in the ocean the moment he set sail. If none of the mandated punishers in Bancy Harbor survived, it would take a while for the headquarters reinforcements to arrive, giving Klein plenty of time to deal with and leave. Then, he would definitely be reluctant to return it and would find a reason to get it back. Erland caught the thumb-sized object and glanced at it in puzzlement. He didn't ask what it could be used for. He just chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry about the Church of the Storm's investigation. I'll hint to them that you and I are in cahoot. So, I'll be mistaken by the Church of the Storm as someone from MI9? Klein nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Erland looked at Danitz, who was beside him, and probed, "Don't worry. Blazing? Ha ha." Donna's laughed dryly and mimicked a certain someone. Yes. Then I don't think so, Erland replied tacitly. After giving some simple instructions, Klein came to the side of the ship and looked at the fog-shrouded Bancy Harbor, wary of any hidden dangers. As time passed, the peak of the mountain range by the shore lit up with the light of a thunderstorm once again. Bolts of silver white and violent lightning flashed over there and gradually calmed down. The fog in Bancy Harbor began to dissipate, and the crimson moon's light became clearer. It's over? Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't dare to completely relax. After another half an hour, 3 men who claimed to be mandated punishers came to the dock and asked to meet Captain Erland. After the German Sparrow confirmed it with a divination and tricked them, Erland got the sailors to lower the gangway. The 3 mandated punishers gestured for the surrounding crew members to leave before reporting the situation to the captain in hushed voices. Klein didn't move closer to listen, patiently waiting for things to end. A few minutes later, Erland returned the characteristic left behind by Bishop Millet to the mandated punishers and watched them leave the White Agate to deal with the aftermath elsewhere. Phew! Erland exhaled and came to Klein and Donna's side. He said with relief and fear, "It's settled. There are no more problems." Has it really been solved? Klein suddenly thought of Pavo Court and Melanie behind the door of the telegraph office. He thought of Fox, the owner of Green Lemon Restaurant, and the guests who were quietly watching him. Erland continued. To be more specific, Ace happened to discover the revival of ancient cannibalism and the tradition of live sacrifice. He confirmed that a small number of people in Bancy Harbor had become cultists. He hurriedly returned to the cathedral to report to Bishop Miller, but he didn't expect that the person in front of him was the leader of the cultists, the true fallen one. Miller's wind blade slit his neck on the spot, and he died in the main cathedral. Just as Miller was about to dispose of the corpse, he was discovered by the servants, and things got out of hand. Some of the servants were transformed into monsters, and under the guidance of the priests, they hid underground. Seeing that there was no way to hide it, Miller left the cathedral, gathered the cultists, and headed to the altar at the top of the mountain. The weather changed as a result, and after the mandated punishers took out the 3 sealed artifacts, they rushed over, and an intense battle erupted. During this process, Miller escaped with injuries, and the rest of the cultists defended the altar until they were finally breached. The church's headquarters has already replied, and they will soon send someone to investigate the reason for Bishop Millet's fall. I told them that it was because Bishop Millet was seriously injured that we were able to join forces to kill him. By the way, the mandated punishers also told me to get the Branch and Timothy families to sign confidentiality agreement. After explaining the gist of the matter, Erland heaved a long sigh of relief and busied himself with dealing with the remaining matters. Klein didn't dare to completely relax as he continued guarding the deck until the clouds in the sky burned. The sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire harbor. He saw the residents go out one after another, bathed in the golden sunlight, chatting and laughing as they headed to their respective jobs. Bancy Harbor had the scent of humans again. It's really over. Klein turned around in confusion, ready to take a nap after the ship left. As for Doniz, although he had already yawned, he did not dare to move when he saw that the German Sparrow did not move. On the way into the cabin, Klein met Erland, who had also not slept the whole night. "Good morning. We're about to leave the port. Don't worry about anything," Erland greeted with a smile. As he spoke, the steam whistle of the white agate emitted a woo sound. Upon hearing this voice, Klein secretly exhaled. He decided to throw all his doubts to the back of his mind and stop thinking about Bancy Harbor. He nodded in response. Erland stretched his neck and sighed. "Last night, I had a strange feeling that the ancient Binzi and the modern Bancy Harbor overlapped." Klein originally planned on walking past him, but he suddenly grasped a word and asked with a solemn expression, "What's the matter?" With a solemn expression, he asked, "Binzi?" That's the ancient name of Bancy Harbor. 300 to 400 years ago, this place was called Binzi Town. Later, due to the pronunciation and other factors, it gradually evolved into Bancy, Erland casually introduced. Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils constricted. He remembered very clearly that the evil spirit in the underground ruins of Bakeland had said that if he wanted to find one of the founders of Rose Redemption, the former king of Angels Medici and his bloodline descendants, he could try his luck in Binzi Town. Binzi. Klein's heart seemed to freeze inch by inch as a chill emanated from the depths of his bones. He suddenly looked back at the harbor outside, and the tightly shut telegraph office and the guests who were quietly watching him in the Green Lemon restaurant appeared before his eyes once again. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website. Chapter 518. If I delve deeper into it, there's a high chance that I'll attract Rose Redemption, or even a hidden red angel. There were a few times just now when I was dancing on the edge of a cliff. Thankfully, I restrained my urge and suppressed my curiosity about the strange situation in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Klein retracted his gaze and felt that even the sun brooch couldn't prevent his back from breaking out in a cold sweat. Compared to the descent of the true creator, the unknown and undetonated situation was even more terrifying. At the very least, Klein couldn't help but imagine what he would see and what would happen if he kicked open the door to the telegraph office, circled around to the back, and entered through the window. He kept imagining all kinds of strange and terrifying scenes, scaring himself quite badly. At the same time, he decided to make some sun-holy water for the passengers who had eaten at Bancy Harbor last night to prevent any latent dangers. What's wrong? Erland sensed German Sparrow's abnormality. I recalled something from the past. Klein used his clown powers to make his facial expression remain normal. He was glad that he hadn't taken the risk last night and had successfully left Bancy Harbor. He only had one thought when it came to the secrets of Rose Redemption and the King of Angels that were hidden here. I have to report it. If I don't report it, am I going to keep them alive until the new year of 1351? If he chose to hide it and wait until he had a sufficiently high sequence and sufficient strength to explore and reap the corresponding benefits, then if something were to happen in between, such as the danger being detonated prematurely, or if the cultists were to still exist, causing the deaths of one innocent traveler after another, Klein felt that he would definitely feel very guilty and carry a heavy burden. This way, he would be very close to losing control. Of course, reporting also required methods and method. Klein wasn't stupid enough to tell Erland directly or write an anonymous letter to the Church of the Storm, which would lead to a lot of trouble. First of all, the authorities would definitely investigate German Sparrow's background, and many things would definitely be exposed if they delved deeper into it. Secondly, his current identity might be exposed to Rose Redemption, attracting the pursuit of a king of angels. Klein's plan was to use the world to mention the abnormalities in Bansi Harbor when the Tarot Summit was held in 2 days. The fool would then casually draw out Rose Redemption and the King of Angels. As someone related to the Church of the Storm, the hanging man naturally knew what to do next. This was his chance to make a contribution. As for the blood of a direct descendant of the Medici family, Klein didn't even consider it. This was because neither he nor Miss Sharon had any thoughts of rescuing the evil spirit in the underground ruins. Seeing that German Sparrow was clearly unwilling to mention his past, Erland laughed, took out a small black wooden box, and threw it over. Klein reached out to catch it and expressed his puzzlement with his eyes. The bladder of a murloc. It can be used to make items. It's very useful at sea. A beyonder ingredient from a murloc. 150 pounds. Captain Shure is generous. Klein nearly forgot how German Sparrow would react at that moment. Fortunately, he was quite experienced in acting. His face immediately darkened and he immediately said with a sullen expression, "I didn't save you for a reward." Erland laughed. "I'm not giving you this to repay you for saving me. We're considered friends, right? I saw that my friend didn't have a similar item, so I helped him make up for his shortcomings. Isn't that normal? That makes sense, and I can't refute it at all." Klein held the small black wooden box, fell silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Erland covered his mouth and yawned, then took off the boat-shaped hat on his head. "I have to go back to my room to get some sleep. See you at noon." Klein waved his hand politely and led Donna's all the way to room 312. He saw that Donna and Denton had already woken up early and were waiting at the door. "Uncle Sparrow, what's that in your hand?" Donna asked curiously. Klein didn't say a word and directly opened the lid of the small black wooden box. Inside was a layer of black velvet, and in the middle was a circular gem-like transparent object. A blue, water-like brilliance rippled outwards. The murlocs from that day. Denton thought for a moment and said heavily, "Bladder?" At that moment, under Klein's gaze, Donna's opened the door. Donna entered briskly and stretched out her hand from behind her back. She held a thick stack of cash, consisting of 10 and 5 pounds. "My dad, Mom, Uncle Clevy's, and Uncle Timothy's family asked me to pass this to you. 150 pounds. Donna smiled sweetly. "They said that this isn't enough to express their gratitude. They just want to replenish the supplies you've consumed. Those things are very expensive, right?" "They're not too bad." Klein thought for a moment and accepted the 150 pounds as a token of gratitude, lest Erdy and the other ordinary people feel uneasy. Seeing Uncle German Sparrow stuff the cash and the small black wooden box into his pocket, Donna heaved a sigh of relief that she had finally completed the task her parents had given her. She quickly got into the zone and found her true mood for visiting. She asked curiously and a little fearfully, "Uncle Sparrow, what kind of monsters were those last night? Are all ghost stories true? Are you born with the ability to jump out of flames and make light descend? Is this magic or witchcraft?" Stop, you have too many questions." Klein, who couldn't stand the heat, took off the sun brooch and threw it onto the desk in the living room. He then casually replied, This is called a beyonder power, obtained through some rituals and potions. Many ghost stories have a prototype. The monster last night was created through an evil ritual. Ask him about anything else. Klein turned his head and glanced at Donna's. How magical! Denton and Donna sighed at the same time. Then, Donna's eyes lit up. Uncle Sparrow, you're just like the Superman described by Roselle the Great. Can we also become people like you through rituals and potions? Denton nodded heavily, echoing his sister's words. Both of them felt a strong sense of anticipation. At that moment, Donna noticed that there was a hint of sadness in Uncle German Sparrow's eyes. Soon after, she saw the corners of this mysterious uncle's mouth curl upwards, revealing a somewhat strange smile. Klein said in a deep voice, "This isn't something to be envied or looked forward to. This is not something to be envied or looked forward to. As long as you choose this path, you will always be accompanied by danger and madness. You can win against them 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you lose once, you will end up like that fallen bishop." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane, took off his gown, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. One of his arms had become shriveled and wrinkled, as though he was an old man over 100 years old. The other arm was transparent and colorless, allowing one to see the blood vessels, muscles, and aponeurosis beneath the skin. At the same time, dense, light-colored granulation sprouts grew on his face, causing Donna and Denton to retreat in horror and slam into the door. Klein, whose face was covered in tiny granulation sprouts, maintained the curl of his lips. "Did you see it clearly? This is madness." "No." Donna and Denton almost lost their minds as they stumbled out of the door and ran out. After taking a few steps forward, they couldn't maintain their balance and fell to the ground. "How terrifying! How terrifying!" Denton kept sobbing softly. At that moment, they heard the sound of the door to room 312 closing. Donna gradually calmed down. She couldn't help but imagine what Uncle German's sparrow looked like. Granules of flesh had occupied every inch of skin on his face, and his arms were either wrinkled or transparent. He didn't look much better than the monsters from last night. For some reason, she recalled his eyes and the words, "This is madness." Her vision suddenly blurred as tears fell uncontrollably. Donna, what's wrong?" Denton was so frightened by her reaction that he forgot that he was also afraid. Donna sobbed. "I don't know, I just suddenly feel so sad." Inside room 312. When Donna saw that Klein had returned to normal, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "Actually, there's no need to scare children like this. It'll give them nightmares. Just tell them that taking the potion is dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a hardwood cane covered in bloodstains and stains fly over, accompanied by an emotionless sentence. "Wash it clean." Donna's reached out to catch it and his smile froze on his face. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood behind the white gold-inlaid railing on the second floor and watched the servants bustle about on the first floor. According to the customs of the Kingdom of Rouen, the nobles with fiefs would leave Bakeland 1 week after the New Year's ball and return to their fiefs to enjoy a pleasant life in the countryside or in the castle. They would only return to the capital in June and begin their daily social life. Of course, a powerful aristocrat and banker like Earl of Hall would have to travel back and forth frequently to deal with business. And moving wasn't an easy task. Many things had to be organized in advance and brought back to the manor or castle by some servants. Only when everything was ready would the owners embark on their journey. After this tarot gathering ends, I should be on the steam train back to Eastchester County. I hope that Mr. Vampire can really obtain the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of the Mirror Dragon so that I can become a psychiatrist before I leave Bakeland. Audrey thought as her thoughts wandered. At that moment, Countess Caitlin walked over and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" You're already an adult. When you return to Bakeland in June, you can find something to do. Do you have any plans?" Audrey didn't even think as she answered directly, "Mom, I want to go to the church's charity organization. I want to really get to know this world," she added silently in her heart. "Not a bad idea," the Countess agreed. After giving a few instructions, she went down to the second floor to check on the affairs of the house. Audrey calmed herself down and tilted her head. She smiled faintly at the golden retriever, who was squatting at the side. "Susie, are you looking forward to it? You can run to your heart's content in the green fields and chase through the lush woods." She was making fun of Susie. Susie was not a qualified hound, so she became a gift. Susie instinctively wanted to stick out her tongue, but she gentlemanly stopped herself. It replied without concealing its emotions, "Of course, I like to run, but I hate those barbarians." Was this referring to the foxhounds raised by Dad and the others? Audrey pursed her lips to prevent her smile from flowing. She looked up at the wall clock and saw that it was almost time for the tarot party. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 519. Above the boundless gray fog, the magnificent palace stood silently. Just as Emlyn White, who had come here once again, regained his vision, he saw Miss Justice look towards the end of the long, mottled table and greet him briskly. She greeted him briskly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey greeted them one by one, starting from the Fool to the World. This order wasn't based on the seating arrangement, but according to the rules of the tarot cards. The Fool was the beginning that contained all possibilities, while the World was the ending of a perfect sublimation. This was a little obsessive-compulsive disorder of Miss Audrey, a mysticism enthusiast. It appeared when the number of members in the tarot increased, and became more and more orderly. What a well-born, carefree girl. Emlyn pretended to make a profound judgment as he politely responded to her greeting. During this process, he glanced at Sun from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but recall his experience of learning the detailed history of the Sanguine at Baron Waymandy's house over the past few days. There are indeed many details I don't know. There's indeed a difference between a professional researcher and an amateur enthusiast. However, from this week onwards, I, Emlyn White, will be a professional researcher. Baron Waymandy hasn't mentioned anything related to the City of Silver, so I can't ask directly. As a sanguine messiah burdened with secrets, I have to be careful in such matters. Half the day in class, half the day at the cathedral, and at night accompanying a doll. Such a life doesn't seem too bad. Emlyn's thoughts gradually dispersed. Suddenly, he frowned as he discovered a very important problem. Why do I still go to the Harvest Church every day? Yes, as a noble sanguine, there has to be a beginning and an end to everything. Recently, there have been quite a number of patients. Sigh, it's not a good thing for my reputation to spread. Emlyn's brows gradually relaxed and turned gentle. Seeing that Miss Justice had finished her greeting, he rapped the table and looked at her. "What you need?" Audrey pressed her right hand down and gestured for him to stop. Then, she smiled faintly. "We'll talk about it during the trading segment. This is Mr. Fool's reading time." Judging from Mr. Vampire's tone, there must be at least one fruit of the Tree of Elders or the blood of the Mirror Dragon. "Audrey, you're about to become a psychiatrist." He was almost a mid-sequence beyond her. Audrey's mood became more and more cheerful, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. She looked at the figure in the thick fog and raised her voice. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've obtained another 3 pages of Roselle's diary, only 4 more pages." She pursed her lips as she thought. With Miss Justice as an example, Magician's Furs also spoke up. "Mr. Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." She was also filled with anticipation for the tarot gathering. This was because she had digested the second apprentice potion much faster than she had expected. She had completely resolved the latent problem the day before yesterday. Son Derek followed closely behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've copied some legends of the ancient gods." Following that, he said to the hanging man, "The list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been compiled. The list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been organized. What an honest child. He doesn't need anyone to remind him. Klein, who had gained a lot, sighed with emotion. Seriously, he hasn't improved at all. Although this will lower the difficulty of my harvest, it also hides the risk of losing the information about the City of Silver. Exposure is a problem that I have to be constantly vigilant about. The hanging man Alger shook his head indiscernibly. Roselle's diary and the legends of the ancient gods quickly appeared and flashed into Klein's palm. He quickly scanned through it and discovered that 2 of the 6 diary pages were duplicate. For example, one of the pages contributed by Miss Justice matched the one submitted by the hanging man last year. This is something that can't be avoided unless I can make them learn simplified Chinese. Klein sighed and used his mind to move the 2 diary pages to the end. The remaining 4 pages didn't contain much valuable information. Most of them belonged to the period when Roselle had lost his ideals and was obsessed with money. The entire page was filled with sentences like, "What did I invent today? What do I plan to invent tomorrow? How many gold coins did I sell for? And how much investment did I get?" It made Klein almost lose control of his expression. He wanted to slap Roselle in the face. And at this moment, Audrey acutely noticed that the Dark Emperor card had returned, quietly covering the side of Mr. Fool's hand. Is it really a bestowed adorer to help him complete the mission? Oh, there's another possibility. This is a new card of blasphemy, not the original one. Audrey guessed with interest. After flipping through the diary, Klein resisted the urge to take a deep breath to calm his emotions. He cast his gaze at the legends of the ancient gods provided by Little Sunday. This was a rather rough description. It divided the 8 ancient gods of the Second Epoch into 3 factions. Giant King Ormer, Elf King Saniathrim, and Vampire Ancestor Lilith were allies, fighting against Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Mutant King Kvaster. As for Devil Monarch Farbody and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Flegria, they were existences that wanted to overthrow all order and corrupt all living beings. In the records of the City of Silver, the 8 ancient gods were described as tyrannical, evil, cruel, terrifying, and so on. Even Vampire Ancestor Lilith, who had the most normal appearance and was known as the embodiment of beauty, had a disgusting and ferocious side. For example, she could transform into a lump of flesh that could be called a mountain range. There were all kinds of reproductive organs growing on it, and it spewed out thick black fog, constantly creating all kinds of strange creatures. Any powerhouse that approached her would be dominated by the desire to mate and reproduce, turning into the corresponding walking organs. And the living beings that saw this scene, other than the other ancient gods, all lost their minds without exception. They either mutated on the spot or became lunatic. The records of the City of Silver came from the books of the Giant King's court. Of course, this was what they claimed. I can't rule out the fact that they're slandering their allies. This behavior is rather similar to the Sanguine's loss of control after praying to the primordial moon. This is one of the characteristics of the moon pathway. With this in mind, Klein nearly raised his head and glanced at Emlyn White. In the legends of the City of Silver, Vampire Ancestor Lilith did indeed wield the Crimson Moon. As long as she was willing, she could make the Crimson Moon appear every day for 365 days a year, allowing negative powers to wreak havoc across the land, allowing the spirit world to interact with reality for a long period of time, releasing countless indescribable monsters and evil spirits. This is the power of a deity. I wonder if there's any difference between ancient gods and the present true gods. Why do they all look like evil gods? In the legends of the Sanguine, Lilith isn't like this. Is there a lie between them and the City of Silver? Or did some changes happen in the middle? Lilith's appearance in the City of Silver's records changed to the appearance in the legends of the Sanguine? Klein retracted his gaze and memorized these details. He made the piece of paper in his hand disappear and leaned back slightly. You may begin. Audrey immediately spoke as she looked at Emlyn White with bright eyes. "Mr. Moon, do you have any information on the Tree of Elder's fruit and the Mirror Dragon's blood?" Emlyn nodded his chin slightly. "A total of £750. As long as you pay this sum of money, they will soon belong to you. Of course, there's also my payment. £100. Audrey didn't even bother to calculate the total price as she replied happily, "Deal. I hope we can complete the transaction today or tomorrow." "No problem." Emlyn, who was about to earn £100, couldn't reject Miss Justice's request. "That's awesome." Audrey lowered her right hand, clenched it into a fist, and shook it twice. At this moment, the hanging man Alger turned his head to glance at Mr. Vampire. "Do you still want that sanguine baron's inheritance? £4,500. That's the best price I can get for you. In fact, that pirate was willing to part with it for £3,200. Emlyn's expression immediately warped. "If it's only £1,000, I'll definitely take it, but," he replied inwardly. Although their family was rather good apothecaries and doctors, and their annual income wasn't small, and they had lived long enough to save up a considerable amount of wealth, Emlyn had been unable to save money ever since he became infatuated with dolls. Occasionally, he would even take the initiative to order them. Even with the £100 he had yet to receive, his personal savings didn't even amount to £500. Of this, Detective Sherlock Moriarty contributed £150. "I'll consider it again." Emlyn spoke with great difficulty, suddenly feeling that he needed to find a way to quickly save money. "This fellow, Emlyn, is making the sound of poverty." Upon seeing this scene, Klein teased inwardly. As a friend of Mr. Vampire in real life, he had heard him mention that over the years, he had spent more than £7,000 on dolls. This made Klein sigh at the price of dolls and Emlyn's extravagance. "No problem." The hanging man didn't rush him. He turned to look at Audrey. "Honorable lady, the artisan has completed the work and has obtained a rather magical item. It can allow you to truly change your appearance and grasp the three beyonder powers of flame controlling, damage transfer, and danger intuition. It will improve your balance and agility. It's a silver-white mask, a hat, and an earring. It can change your appearance and you can name it. Of course, it also has its own tiny flaw. When you wear it, your emotions will be magnified. You have to know how to control yourself, or else it'll be easy for problems to arise. Its price is £5,500. At this point, the hanging man chuckled and said to the world, "The beyonder characteristic you provided is £4,500. The beyonder characteristic you provided is £4,500. The artisan's work is worth £1,000. £4,500 is much better than I expected, although I have to split 15%, which is £675, with Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein immediately controlled the world and nodded in agreement. "No problem. Emotions will be magnified? According to Teacher Escalante, when I advance to a psychiatrist, I'll have the ability to affect the emotions and mental states of others. I should be able to do the same to myself." "Yes, that flaw isn't a problem." Audrey nodded lightly. "I'll pay within 2 days of receiving the mystical item." In order not to expose the secret of tarot, she had to wait until she received the item before getting her father, Earl of Hall, to reimburse her. Sure. The hanging man wasn't worried about Miss Justice's credibility at all. How rich! Emlyn and Magician's furs were simultaneously agitated. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that he would soon receive his £3,000. "Thank you, Miss Justice." He silently drew the crimson moon in his heart. P.S. Something happened during the day, so I didn't have the time to fix this chapter. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 520. Frankly speaking, although Alger, the hanging man, had already expected that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain, and that the mystical item was indeed worth around £5,500, he still felt a strong sense of discomfort towards such an action. He felt a sense of disillusionment, as though he had worked hard to clear the chain and made a killing, only to end up with less pocket money than someone else. The world will receive £675, and the artisan's production fee is only £600. I'll earn a net profit of £400. In this transaction, I've earned a total of £1,075. Unfortunately, the world isn't a simple figure. He has many beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, and he's involved in many matters. He can obtain rather important information, so it's not worth getting into a conflict with him over a few £100s. Otherwise, I could have pushed the price of his beyonder characteristic below £4,000. The hanging man thought regretfully. Just as the fool was rejoicing over the £3,825 that were about to enter his account, Sun looked at the lady opposite him and said sincerely, "Miss Magicians, your spirit-eater stomach pouch is ready." "Very good." Furs heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay Mr. the Hanging Man £300 in cash." The Hanging Man Alger's mind jolted when he heard that. He hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table to conjure the potion formula. A few seconds later, he wrote the formula for High Priest Sun on the yellowish-brown goatskin in front of him. Sequence 7, High Priest of Sunday. Main ingredients: 1 red crown of a dawn rooster, 1 fruit of a radiance spirit pack tree. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of a dawn rooster's blood, 10 drops of sun essential oil, 8 grams of fingered citron powder, 5 grams of solidified lava. Although Klein didn't deliberately pry into the potion formula, the content that only he could conjure was still reflected in his mind. As long as he was willing to use dream divination to recall it, he would immediately obtain the corresponding knowledge. He could not help but sigh silently. Indeed, a platform is the most profitable. Sun took the goatskin in anticipation and scanned it, half relaxed and half excited. Following that, he conjured a list of monsters around the City of Silver, allowing the Hanging Man to choose the beyonder ingredients that would make up for the difference. The Hanging Man Alger took his time to read the list and accurately grasp the situation around the City of Silver. Then, he picked 3 ingredients that he knew the buyer and price. "After obtaining it, I should be able to sell it within 2 days. I'll be able to earn about £1,000, including the £300 from Miss Magicians, and the £1,075 from before. I'll finally have enough money for the dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs." Alger felt his exhaustion as he turned to Furs. "Miss Magicians, you can prepare the deal for the dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs." The Hanging Man only had about £10 on him at the moment. Even the advance payment to the artisan was borrowed through his extensive connections. But after completing this series of transactions, his cash assets would reach £2,375, enough to pay for the £2,000 needed for the main ingredient. Thinking of the setback she had suffered at Mr. Hanged Man's hands last week, she replied in a slightly aggrieved manner, all right. To her, how much she could earn from this deal only depended on how much her teacher, Dorian Gray, was willing to share with her. There were no additional benefits. At the end of the transaction, Klein controlled the world to purchase the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith and the eyes of a 6-winged gargoyle. As for selling the Murloc bladder or making it into a mystical item, he didn't plan on using the tarot for the time being. He hoped to use this as a catalyst to expand his connections and channels at sea. After today's tarot, Miss Justice's psychiatrist potion will have enough ingredient. It's the same for Miss Magician's Trickmaster potion. With Little Sun's formula, he can finally strive towards Sequence 7. He's one step closer to providing me with the method to remove the mental corruption in my beyonder characteristic. Mr. the Hanging Man is about to obtain one of the main ingredients of Windblessed, and there's only one problem left for Sequence 6. Only Emlyn hasn't made up his mind or found a solution. There's no hope of advancing any time soon. The fool Klein looked around and chuckled. Free exchange. Audrey was about to say something out of habit, but after careful thought, she felt that there was nothing to share this week. Apart from attending one banquet after another and attending 2 psychology classes, I can only talk about returning to East Chester County. But there's no need for that. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Furs was in a lazy state after the New Year's holiday. Her mind was still a little blank as she guiltily mentioned, I'm not sure. Bakeland is still in a high-pressure state from before. If you're not an official Beyonder, don't take the risk. Really? Emlyn, who had been behaving well recently, frowned in puzzlement. The vampires in the 3 o'clock state couldn't understand the pain of all the extraordinary gatherings stopping. The hanged man nodded, thought for a moment and said to the son, That's right. Don't be careless. Before holding the sacrificial ritual, it's best to confirm that the chief leading the exploration team isn't in the City of Silver or busy with other matters. Mr. Hanged Man, do you mean that it's possible for the chief to sense the cycle of fate? Derek asked in astonishment. The hanging man replied solemnly, I can't rule out that possibility. But I can't be sure. After all, I don't know enough about your City of Silver. At this point, he hid his smile and revealed a solemn expression. Son Derek said in a vexed tone, That's right. There are many things that I don't know either. The hanging man, Alger sighed, and got rid of his disappointment. In short, being cautious and careful will allow you to live longer. Thank you for your reminder, Son said sincerely. The hanged man retracted his gaze and turned to smile. Recently, the sea has been relatively calm. No, that's just what you think. Klein silently retorted and controlled the world to hoarsely say, I happened to hear about something at sea. Without waiting for the hanging man to ask, he first looked at Justice and magicians. Ladies, can you help me buy a radio transceiver? I can give it a try. Magician's Furs agreed without much thought. As she was about to leave Bakeland, Audrey could only apologize. After concluding the deal, the world cleared his throat. That matter has something to do with the Church of the Storm. It's related to the church? Why didn't I receive any notification? There's no need for it to be given to people at our level? The hanging man frowned and patiently waited for the world to explain. The world originally wanted to sweep his gaze at the hanging man with a teasing look, but due to the difficulty of the action, he could only give up regretfully. He laughed hoarsely and said, The ancient customs of Bancy Harbor have been revived, and a portion of the residents have become cultists. Even the bishop of the Church of the Storm has fallen. I heard that the matter has been resolved, but many people have died. Bancy Harbor. The hanging man, Alger, recalled the situation there and took the initiative to explain to the confused Miss Justice and company, There's a tradition of living sacrifices there. There's a tradition of live sacrifice there, and the target is an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas, in the southern continent, there are many similar evil spirits. On the surface, it looks like they've been eliminated, but in fact, they're still living in a strange state. Many people suddenly die in those places. It might not necessarily be because of a disease. If you have similar travel or adventure plans, don't be careless. Alger tried his best to describe the matter at Bancy Harbor as an accident that happened by chance, one that was within the scope of understanding. Suddenly, he heard a slightly deep laughter. This laughter came from the end of the long, mottled table. Mr. Fool. The hanging man suddenly turned his head. Mr. Fool. The matter at Bancy Harbor isn't as simple as it seems. Audrey immediately looked at Mr. Fool, who was sitting on the high-back chair. Seeing the puzzled, curious, or excited gazes cast over, Klein smiled leisurely and said with a reminiscent tone, This reminds me of an angel king. King of angels! The matter at Bancy Harbor actually involved a king of angels. Audrey widened her eyes as she felt a strong sense of anticipation for Mr. Fool's subsequent words. A king of angels. Magician's Furs secretly gasped, her expression somewhat bitter. Why are we in tarot discussing the descent of the true creator, the revival of the primordial demoness, and the reappearance of a king of angels? I'm only a sequence 9. She wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Emlyn was inexplicably excited. He had found another reason why the ancestor wanted him to pray to Mr. Fool. Indeed, this is a savior gathering prepared for the apocalypse. We are all chosen ones, and we will gradually face evil existences like the King of Angels, the primordial demoness, and the true creator. Emlyn suddenly had the urge to immediately agree to the deal proposed by the hanging man, but the fact that he didn't have any money shattered his fantasies. Which King of Angels could it be? Sun rarely participated in the conversation between Miss Justice and the others. King of Angels, what secret is Bancy Harbor hiding? The hanging man. Alger waited for the answer with rapt attention. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't have the intention to continue, Audrey couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, "What's the matter?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, which King of Angels is it?" Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. "The one who founded Rose Redemption, Medici. His bloodline descendant lives in Bancy." Rose Redemption? A King of Angels related to the true creator? Audrey didn't expect the matter to become more and more serious as she subconsciously asked in puzzlement. "Bancy? That's the ancient name for Bancy," the hanging man Alger replied in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. He was already unable to imagine the truth behind this matter. He only knew that the unforeseen events in Bancy Harbor might not have truly ended. The danger of man-devouring was still lurking in the shadows. He didn't know much about Rose Redemption. He only knew that this term was related to the Temple of the True Creator and the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. He wasn't able to confirm what it represented. In short, the level of this matter has exceeded my imagination. Alger looked at the end of the long, mottled table as the thought of Mr. Fool knowing the 8 kings of angels flashed across his mind. He knew quite a number of secrets. At this moment, he thought of something. Last week, Miss Justice had asked about the remaining kings of angels, and Mr. Fool's answer was that he would come into contact with them in the future. And in just a week, he had really come into contact with a new king of angels. Mr. Fool had long foreseen this. The hanging man Alger's pupils constricted as he lowered his gaze in horror. Chapter 521. Amidst the shock, another question surfaced in the mind of the hanging man, Alger. Since Mr. Fool had already foreseen it, why did he point out that the incident at Bancy Harbor is related to Rose Redemption and King of Angels Medici? Did he deliberately tell us? Does he wish to spread the news through us? His target is King of Angels Medici? No, it's more likely that it's the true creator. Mr. Fool has repeatedly foiled the true creator's plans in the past, and this time will likely be no exception. The term Rose Redemption appeared in the abandoned temple of the true creator, and it was created by King of Angels Medici and Ouroboros. Clearly, it has a deep connection with the true creator. Bancy Harbor only has us, the Church of the Storm. Mr. Fool's true target is me? The hanging man Alger vaguely understood something. Then, he acutely noticed another problem. The last time the world mentioned that something major would happen in Bakeland, it was immediately confirmed by Mr. Fool. Later on, it involved the awakening of the primordial demoness and the descent of the true creator. This time, his mention of the anomaly in Bancy Harbor also received a response from Mr. Fool, revealing the secret hidden in ancient Binzi, allowing Rose Redemption and King of Angels Medici to appear in front of the members of the tarot. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yes, the information the world previously mentioned was related to Bakeland. This was the first time it involved matters at sea, and Mr. Fool had mentioned last week that his adorer had no choice but to leave Bakeland because of the Great Smog. The two matched. So, the world is actually Mr. Fool's adorer? No, it should be the representative of all his blessed in the tarot, helping Mr. Fool complete some matters that he couldn't do directly. Of course, the blessed would also use this gathering to trade items and knowledge to achieve the goal of improving themselves. This could be considered Mr. Fool's nurturing of them. On careful thought, this guess is very likely correct. At the very least, the world has never gathered Roselle's diary to exchange for knowledge or intelligence from Mr. Fool. As a blessed, this is his duty. He has already submitted it in private. From this conclusion, some of the world's deliberate questions and contradictory behavior were to conceal his identity as a blessed. This matched his experience and craftiness. Mr. Fool's organization of the tarot gathering, apart from hiding the intention of secretly reviving and unsealing step by step, also has the intention of using us to interfere in certain matters. This can be seen from the composition of the members. Upper-class nobles, beyonders at the level of the Church's bishops, survivors of the forsaken land of the gods, students of the House of Abraham, adult vampires. Each of them represents a faction or a circle, a channel. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only was Alger not depressed by his own guesses, but he was also somewhat excited. To him, the unknown of Mr. Fool's motives was the most terrifying thing. Having a preliminary understanding of what he wanted to do, he could effectively avoid risks and use this to improve himself. As long as the Fool wants to use us to do something, he will definitely give us certain benefit. This is what I'm looking forward to. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll see the hope of becoming a demigod. Heh, world, you definitely didn't expect that I've already seen through your disguise. Alger's fear eased as he began to think about how to use the information from Banshee Harbor. It was impossible for him to directly report the information as it would arouse suspicion. He had to patiently wait for an opportunity to be appreciated by the upper echelons and be rewarded without being monitored. Audrey could tell that Mr. the Hanging Man had gone through such a psychological process, but she didn't expect him to come up with so many thoughts and guesses in such a short period of time. And from Mr. Fool's words, she was delighted to learn that Rose Redemption was a secret organization established by a portion of Kings of Angels. It had a certain relationship with the true creator. At the same time, she also vaguely sensed something odd about the world. She discovered that this member of the organization, whose emotions were the hardest to read, was always involved in major matters. He was always able to obtain very important information, and he was constantly selling formulas, ingredients, and characteristics. It was as though he could hunt a beyonder every week or two. He left Bakeland and went out to sea? Or is it a rumor he heard in Bakeland? Should I tell this information to the Church? Mr. the Hanging Man has a close relationship with the Church of the Storm. If he does it, the effects will be better, and there won't be any problems. Audrey suppressed the thought of prying and asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of King of Angels Medici?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of King of Angels Medici? Or should I say, what pathway does he belong to?" Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. "Red Priest. Red Priest? Which pathway is that? It sounds very close to the Dark Emperor. Could it be another Sequence 0 title? Justice, Audrey thought excitedly and pleasantly. Red Priest. Sun silently recited the term and realized that there were no corresponding records in the history of the City of Silver. Or maybe it's because I didn't read enough and only received general education, he thought regretfully. Magicians Furs and Emlyn listened as though they were listening to a story. They were also rather interested in such information. The only problem is that I can't brag about it to others or write it in the novel. Furs felt a wave of regret. Mr. the Hanging Man will likely report it to the higher-up. I hope he doesn't delay it for too long. With his shrewdness, he might have already noticed some of the problems with the world and grasped the relationship between him and the Fool. Thankfully, from a long time ago, I've deliberately set up the world's character to overlap with Sherlock Moriarty's, giving him the identity of a blessed. Mr. the Hanging Man can at most sense this, but he can't imagine that the world is actually a fake person. The fool Klein stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Continue." Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't mention the previous topic, Emlyn, who had extricated himself from his messianic emotions, began to face the problem of reality. That was the lack of money. Regardless, he had never considered selling those dolls. He only told himself that he had to scrimp in the future. It would take half a year or even a year before he could be rewarded with a new doll. Only then could he buy a new set of clothes for the ones he already had. Apart from that, the only way he could think of to earn money was to sell some medicine with magical effects, but this could easily bring hidden dangers to the race hidden in Bakeland. This is the ancestors' arrangement. Logically speaking, Lord Nibs should provide the corresponding help, but Mr. Fool requested me to keep it a secret. As a savior who carries the burden of advancing in the darkness, I can't take the initiative to reveal it. After thinking for a few seconds, Emlyn tersely acknowledged and cleared his throat. "Everyone, I have a question. Here's the thing. If a powerhouse arranges for you to investigate something, and although you have successfully obtained the information, you are unable to report it to that powerhouse due to certain reasons, how are you to continue obtaining support from that powerhouse?" After saying that, Emlyn suddenly felt that such actions were a little shameful. This sounds like a traitor. No, I'm doing this for the continuation of the entire Sanguine. For this, I have to abandon my reputation and bear the burden of puzzlement. When this matter is over and the truth is revealed, they will be touched by me. Emlyn quickly eased his feelings. At this moment, Audrey, Magician's Furs, Son, and company cast their gazes at Alger. To them, Mr. the Hanging Man had rich experience in this aspect, and was the best teacher. The fool Klein thought so too. The Hanging Man Alger swept a glance at the moon and chuckled. "It's very simple, but you have to bear a certain amount of risk." Emlyn subconsciously denied it. "It's not me." The Hanging Man chuckled in response. "Let's say it's you." He continued to describe. "You will slowly show some abnormalities in your daily life, allowing that powerhouse to sense that something is wrong with you. He will have two choices. One is to directly interrogate you, but this will easily cut off the clues. The second is to inadvertently provide you with help, allowing you to conduct a deeper investigation before sending someone to monitor you. I think the second possibility is the most likely. The risk you need to bear is how to not expose the information you wish to hide under surveillance." "That's possible?" "Actually, it won't be exposed. Every time I'm in the tarot, I'll be resting in the Harvest Church. There's nothing abnormal on the surface, and the sacrificial items and the bestowment ritual are things that can be shown to Lord Nibs and the others. It will allow them to guess that I've established a certain connection with Mr. Fool, but they won't be able to imagine that I've already joined a secret gathering." "Very good. I'll take the initiative to ask Baron Wymondy about the City of Silver while studying history." Emlyn's eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. He then recalled something and turned to the Hanging Man. "Didn't you ask last week how to make everyone on a ship fall asleep at the same time? It's effective and doesn't have a pungent smell. Even on the deck, directly smelling it will cause you to fall unconscious. Of course, it's best you choose a night without any wind. Also, the target can't have a premonition of danger, and their physiques can't be too muscular. Beyonders who are famous for their bodies among Sequence 9 are the limit. It can create a deep sleep that lasts more than 3 hours. After that, the effects will constantly decrease. £100 a can. Give me an additional £30. The Hanging Man thought about the situation of the sailors on the ghost ship and didn't bargain. All right. He wanted to establish a certain image in front of the moon in preparation for the huge deal that would follow. He had once considered using a slumber charm, but that required him to chant the activation incantation. It would make the sailors sense that something was amiss and later suspect something. As the exchange came to an end, Klein tapped the surface of the long mottled table and smiled leisurely. I can already foresee that everyone will have a new look next week. That's all for this gathering. Thank you for your blessings. Audrey was the first to stand up and bid farewell with gratitude. With Mr. Fool's words, she felt a little more confident about consuming the psychiatrist's potion. As the magicians and company repeated the same words, figures disappeared from the palace, and the world above the gray fog returned to its eternal silence. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version.